Chapter 1. A little over 8 years ago. Olivia Owens skidded into the parking lot, the smell of burnt rubber wafting through the open windows as she threw the car into park, kicked off her red satin heels, and sprinted for the emergency room doors of the hospital, the car door hanging open, headlights shining into the bushes. Tonight should have been the best night of her life. Instead, it turned out to be the worst, a night she would never forget, though she wished she could. Her parents had taken pictures of her in the beautiful, red, floor-length prom dress before they'd left the house to go to the movies. As the limo pulled up, with all of Olivia's friends laughing and calling to her from the open windows, the call came in from her grandfather. There had been an accident. She told her friends to go on without her, ran into the house to grab her phone and car keys, jumped in the car, breaking every speed limit in the state to make it in time to say goodbye. But it didn't matter. Nothing would ever matter again. Her life had irrevocably changed that night. A man dropped his phone, bent down to look for it, and swerved into her mom and dad's car, a head-on collision. The nice doctor told her they'd died on impact, as if that was supposed to lessen the pain shredding every cell in her body. It hadn't mattered how fast she'd driven. Death had stolen her goodbyes. When she called Liam to tell him what had happened, it went straight to voicemail. He probably couldn't hear his phone over the music. Last year they'd missed prom because Liam had broken his leg surfing. He'd gotten an infection and almost died. So this year, their senior year, had been extra special. Everyone was graduating. A few of their friends were staying in town. But the rest would scatter across the country, attending various colleges. So they'd decided to go with their friends and meet up at prom. Time stretched and contracted with each breath. After Olivia drove her grandfather home and got him to bed with a sedative the doctor had prescribed, she went to the beach, walking along the shore, heedless of the waves, ruining the beautiful dress she'd scrimped and saved for all year. Liam found her, sitting on the beach, half in and half out of the water, soaked to the bone, shaking and sobbing. Olivia Pearl. She looked up into his face. I'm sorry I ruined prom. No, he shook his head. You didn't ruin anything. Liam wrapped his tuxedo jacket around her, swung her up into his arms, and carried her to his truck. I'm so sorry about your parents. Tell me what to do to make it better. The tears wouldn't stop running down her face. You can't. No one can. Somehow, she made it through the funeral and the last 2 weeks of school. Liam was there for her every single day, even though he didn't know what to do or to say. It was enough to have him close to her, his presence a lifeline. Instead of a joyous occasion, graduation was merely something to endure without breaking down and sobbing. After graduation, she'd gone with Liam to one of their friends' houses for a party, but fled the noise and laughter for the quiet of the beach. Liam found her sitting on a bench in the moonlight, pulled her close, and whispered that he'd always be there for her, swearing his feelings for her were as unchanging and permanent as the ocean. They walked hand in hand in the cool water, the breeze warm on their skin. I love you, Olivia. These past weeks have been hard, but I'm here. No matter what, I'll always be here for you. No, he wouldn't. She shook her head as the waves blurred. You're going away to college. Soon I'll be nothing more than a distant memory. She shivered. He ran a hand through black wavy hair, his green eyes the color of the ocean when the sun hit the shallows. You'll be going away to college too. We can see each other on breaks, and we'll have the entire summer together. Everything was changing. Why couldn't it stay the same? If only she could stop time, just for a while. It won't be the same. You'll be in California, and I'll be at community college. She dashed the tears from her cheeks. You'll meet all those pretty California girls and forget all about me. He leaned down until they were face to face. The kiss was gentle, a promise. Never. I'll come home every break, and when we graduate, we're getting married. It won't matter what my parents say. I'll be 22, and I'll have the money my grandfather left me, so my parents can't threaten to cut me off anymore. He reached into the back pocket of his pants and came up with a small, flat, blue velvet box. When he opened it, the moonlight hit the charm. It was a gold necklace with a palm tree charm. Liam fastened it around her neck. My promise to never forget us, to come back to you. He kissed her again, wrapping his arms around her, holding her tight. I love you, Olivia Pearl. Safe, secure. It was how he'd always made her feel. I love you, Liam. They could do this. It was only 4 years. What was 4 years out of a lifetime? Chapter 2. Present day. It was a beautiful October day, hot enough to walk on the beach, though much too cold to swim in the ocean, unless you were from Canada or Minnesota or some other cold place. Olivia glanced over at her daughter, Lily, to make sure she was still occupied. They were spending the day helping with the fall backpack event. All the school kids, regardless of income, would take home a backpack before they left for Thanksgiving break. She'd tried to tell those in charge that they should just have the kids that needed the backpacks come to a designated classroom to pick up their backpacks before they left for break. Kids were merciless. They already knew who was poor and who wasn't, as Olivia well remembered. But the woman in charge disagreed, so here they were, putting together enough backpacks for everyone. There was an assortment of brightly colored backpacks, along with everything from pens, notebooks, cell phone cases, and other school supplies, to gift cards to local restaurants. A $50 gift card to the Sip-N Shop, and a $50 gift card to Stack's, the local bookstore / diner where Olivia worked. People in town donated generously so they could put together the backpacks for the kids. There were several children who lived on the edge of town, across the tracks, that really needed the extra assistance. Olivia knew. She'd been one of those kids growing up, had lived in one of the tiny cinder block houses until she graduated from high school. As she finished filling a navy backpack, her phone chimed. Ready for a quick break, Olivia stopped over at the table where her daughter was sorting supplies. Are you hungry or thirsty? Lily looked up, a pack of blue pens in her hand. I'm good. Miss Elizabeth refilled my water and brought me an apple. Okay, I'm going to grab a snack. The phone chimed again as she walked over to the table. She took it out of her pocket, looked at the screen, and stopped, her hand trembling. What's wrong? Elizabeth paused in the middle of filling a pink backpack full of supplies. It's Liam. A friend sent this to me. It's his fiance's social media page. I guess they're friends. The phone shook as she blinked at the screen. The room slowly went in and out of focus as she read the post her friend had taken a screenshot to send to her. Things like this were a big reason she wasn't on social media any longer and didn't allow her daughter to use any of the apps either. If she lived in another state, Olivia would have given in and used an app or two, if for no other reason than to help keep her grandfather up to date on their lives. For people with families scattered across the country or the world, she understood the benefit of social media as a way to keep in touch. Olivia held up the phone for Elizabeth to see. They're engaged. Was it hot in here? Olivia swallowed several times, willing the dizziness to go away. When she thought she could speak without her voice breaking, she looked at Elizabeth, ignoring the roaring in her head. It says they're getting married at Christmas. This Christmas. The look on Elizabeth's face made it clear she didn't get the reference. And why would she? Olivia was younger than Elizabeth. They hadn't gone to school together or hung out with the same people. It was only over the past few months that they'd become friends. Christmas. That was the second time her life had irrevocably changed. Miss Madison, one owner of Used is the New Black thrift shop, snorted. She and her sister owned the shop together. They were in their 60s, feisty as can be, and always made Olivia feel welcome. Lily adored the two women, as they always let her dress up in clothes and costume jewelry whenever they would babysit for Olivia. Might be difficult for Liam to marry that gal when he's still married to you. All eyes went to her daughter in the corner at the table, happily going about her business. Lily was 7, going on 17. She had moved from the table to the floor, where she sat, sorting pencils, pens, and notebooks. Lily looked up at them, one little brow arched in question. What? I know y'all are talking about me. Her daughter rolled her eyes. I'm not coloring in the notebooks, if that's what you're worried about. She held up a bright yellow notebook and flipped to the inside cover. I'm writing a note in each one, telling whoever gets it they're smart, kind, and amazing. Lily shrugged. Everybody likes to hear marvelous things about themselves. Miss April, sister to Miss Madison, leaned in close to Olivia, lowering her voice so Lily Bat Ears wouldn't overhear. Does the boy know? Olivia caught Elizabeth's eye. Her friend was trying to hide her smile. The sisters thought anyone younger than them was a boy or a girl, no matter their age. Her grandfather did the same thing. Olivia shook her head, her normally olive complexion pale. I tried to tell him the wedding was real, but he said it wasn't. The pastor was a real pastor, but he said a Vegas wedding didn't count. It was just for fun. But he knew, deep down, he knew when his mama found out he'd gone against her, that there would be, she glanced at her daughter, that there would be heck to pay. She wiped her eyes, turning, so Lily wouldn't see her crying. Hazel and Mabel joined them. Wait a minute. Mabel lowered her voice so Lily wouldn't hear them. The kid had an insatiable need to find out everyone's secrets and loved to eavesdrop on anyone and everyone in town. Mabel owned Mabel's Place, a motel/diner that was always booked, sometimes a year in advance, by returning tourists. Each room at the motel was painted a different bright color. Earl had finally gotten up the nerve to ask her to marry him after being in love with her for years. They'd gotten married at the marina a while back, and Earl had never looked happier. Liam doesn't know? Mabel looked over at Lily. Olivia pressed her lips together. No, he changed his number. I went to see his mama, but she wouldn't give him a message. I tried calling his friends, but they all said he didn't want to talk to me, that I needed to accept it was over between us and he had moved on. Miss Trudy cackled with delight. He's going to be in for a surprise. Miss Trudy was turning 86 soon. She lived in an adorable purple and lavender cottage. She had kind gray eyes, wore crazy glasses, and was hands down the best baker in 3 counties. Her husband, Harold, had been a doctor in town for as long as anyone could remember. He died in his sleep almost 11 years ago. Miss Trudy had never remarried. Hazel, the owner of the sip-and shop, frowned as she looked around at each of them. So is the woman he's planning to marry when she finds out he's already married and has a child. Hazel pursed her lips. Olivia sighed. Small towns. Everybody knew everything. Well, apparently everyone except Liam. By the time they'd finished the backpacks, Olivia decided there wasn't anything she could do. One night last year, after Lily kept asking about her father, Olivia decided she'd try again to tell him that he had a daughter. But when she called the number she'd found online, someone else answered and told her they'd had the number for years. She'd even gotten her courage up to call his mom, to beg her once again to tell Liam about his daughter. But she'd told Olivia to never call again, that she was nothing, and she would not allow Olivia to ruin Liam's life. Then his mother said, with a smirk in her mean voice, that how could Olivia even be sure Liam was the father? There hadn't been anyone else. Ever. She'd gotten pregnant on their wedding night. Too stunned to reply, Olivia decided she'd have to be mother and father to her baby. When Lily was little, Olivia lived in South Carolina. It was where she'd gone to have the baby, living with a friend of the family, too ashamed to stay in her hometown and run into Liam's family, or even worse, Liam himself. Her grandfather had wanted her to stay with him, but she couldn't bear to hear the awful things his mother had spread around town about her. After the baby was born, Olivia found a job and a place to live. She and her daughter shared a house with 2 other women with kids, making it easier for all of them to pool their resources, especially for childcare. 4 months ago, Olivia got the call that almost stopped her heart. Her grandfather had a heart attack, followed by a minor stroke. Terrified of losing her only remaining family, Olivia and Lily moved to Magnolia Beach to live with him while he recuperated. After he reassured her that everyone knew the truth about her, that Liam's mother had lied, and how she'd tried numerous times to tell Liam, her grandfather made sure people knew the truth. Instead of moving into the tiny house she'd grown up in with her parents, Olivia moved in with her grandfather. He lived in a big Victorian house in the older part of Magnolia Beach, the house her mother had grown up in. There were old trees in the yard and an enormous backyard for Lily to play. It was only a 5-minute drive to the beach. While technically he was Lily's great-grandfather, he said that made him feel ancient and insisted on Lily calling him Grandpa or Gramps or Grandfather. Liam's family still lived on Ocean Drive in the biggest house in town. The Donovans were one of the oldest families in town. Liam's mother terrified most girls that had tried to capture Liam's heart before he'd fallen for Olivia. Olivia had even come back to town a few weeks before she had the baby to try once more to get word to Liam, but his dad turned her away. He tried to get her to sign a paper saying Liam wasn't the father. The man had offered her $10,000 to sign, but Olivia tore up the check in the paper, telling Mr. Donovan she didn't want his money. After trying so many times, she finally gave up on her baby having a father and put all her energy into raising her child, giving her a loving home, and making sure Lily knew she was loved, no matter what. Chapter 3. Liam Donovan yanked off his tie as he walked through the door to the company condo where he lived in California. The walls were white, the furniture modern and beige, the entire space devoid of any personal touches. 4 years had passed, and it was still nothing more than a place to sleep. He worked too much to bother decorating. Instead of a relaxing evening at home, it looked like his evening was already all planned out. No input from him required. Victoria had, as evidenced by the candles flickering madly and the enormous bouquets of flowers placed around the place, made herself at home. Then again, her father did own the company in the condo where he lived. Liam sneezed 3 times, a sinking feeling filling him as Sinatra played throughout the condo. All he'd wanted was a quiet night. But his girlfriend loved to be around people. The more, the merrier. "Victoria, I'm home." Liam tossed his suit jacket over a chair on his way to the kitchen. Guess he wouldn't be chilling on the sofa tonight, watching the game. She glided into the room, perfume mingling with the flowers, giving him a headache. "Darling, I thought you'd never get home. I'll talk to Daddy. Make sure he's not working you too hard." And right there, that was the problem with working for your girlfriend's father. With a snap of her fingers, she could change the trajectory of Liam's future, for better or worse. Not that he needed the money, not with his inheritance, but he enjoyed working, proving himself on his own merit, making something of himself that he could be proud of. Recruited in college, Liam had worked for the tech firm ever since. A year ago, Victoria flounced into the office and into his life, sweeping him into a whirlwind of parties, exotic vacations, and her rich circle of friends. His parents approved, thrilled that they were dating, and had started asking about wedding plans after they'd been dating for a mere 6 months. Pushing the thought away, he turned to her, careful to kiss her on the cheek so he didn't mess up her lipstick. The taste of her makeup lingered on his lips. "What's all this? Did I forget about an engagement tonight? I don't have anything on my phone." She tossed her long blonde hair as she handed him a bottle of champagne. "Take care of that, will you?" The cork came free with a pop. He poured them each a glass, mentally reviewing his calendar once again for some important date he might have forgotten, but came up empty. Beautiful and polished, Victoria perched on the arm of the white sofa as she raised a glass to him. Like the dutiful boyfriend he was, Liam clinked glasses with her. "I give up. Where are we going tonight?" "Nowhere, silly. You didn't forget an engagement. Though it's funny you'd use that word on tonight of all nights." As the muscles across his shoulders tightened, Liam downed half the glass. When he'd first caught sight of Victoria that day in the office, Liam thought her light blue eyes reminded him of a midday winter sky back home in Magnolia Beach. What word? The tightness spread from his shoulders to his neck and jaw. Engagement. Before he could ask her to clarify, she went on, trailing a perfectly manicured nail down his shirt sleeve. We're perfect together. The dazzling smile came out, bright as the summer sun. Daddy's going to make you a partner at the end of the year, with an enormous raise and an office suited to your position. We've been together forever. An entire year. She reached into the throw pillows piled on the sofa and came up with a small velvet box. Marry me, she beamed at him. Before Liam knew what was happening, he found himself holding the open ring box, blinking at her, his mouth hanging open. This is an engagement ring. I know, silly. Victoria slipped it on her finger, cooing and admiring the diamond that was so large Liam decided it could stand in for the moon. I picked it out myself. It's not like I'd trust you to pick the exact ring I wanted. My ring has to be bigger than all my friends, and especially my enemies. Who paid for the ring? He resisted the urge to pace, knowing it annoyed her. Victoria waved a hand in the air, clearly uninterested in boring financial matters. Daddy said to consider it your bonus for this quarter. His bonus? Liam was planning to save his bonus money to buy a beach house next year. Yet here was Victoria, already spending his money like it was hers. She threw her arms around him, her perfume encircling them. All my friends are getting married. I'm 23 years old, and I want 2 babies, the first before I turn 25. Everyone knows if you're not married by 25, you might as well give up. Only the losers are left at that age. Blindsided and off balance, Liam found himself muttering okay without knowing exactly how they'd ended up here. But that was Victoria. She swept him along, and Liam led her. It was easier that way. What Victoria wanted, Victoria always got. Jumping up and down, she danced around the room. I'll call Mother and have the announcement put in the paper right away. Wait! Panic flooded his system. I need time to sort a few things out. Her smile turned feral as she reached behind the pillows, and this time came up with a manila envelope. Later, he'd pull every pillow off every sofa and chair in the place, making sure nothing else hid in the recesses of the cushions, ready to jump out and bite him when he least expected it. It's not a prenup. That will come later. With narrowed eyes, she tapped the envelope. Before we can get married, you need to take care of one minor problem. Dread washed over him as Liam took the envelope, holding it as if it were going to explode at any moment. When were you going to tell me you're already married? Her champagne forgotten, Victoria tapped her heel against the marble floor, arms crossed. Liam blanched. Wait, what? Was he dreaming? In an alternate universe? Most days he loved her ruthlessness. Today was not one of those days. Victoria rolled her eyes and huffed. Vegas, 8.5 years ago? Ring any bells? Flashes of memories assailed his senses. The smell of tangerines from the shampoo she always used. The sound of her laugh. A ring made of candy and a simple white sundress. Could it be true? I need to sit down. Liam half sat, half fell onto the sofa, sending pillows flying across the room. It was my first year away at college. Instead of going home for Thanksgiving break, my friends and I went to Vegas. The entire weekend was hazy. It's why I don't drink much anymore. Liam swallowed. It was hot in here. He unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled his sleeves up as he sat, hands under his chin, elbows on his knees. Since I wasn't going home for break, I flew my girlfriend out to Vegas. Late one night, we found ourselves at one of those themed wedding chapels. Memories tumbled behind his eyes, panic rising. Music played. The fake flowers were dusty, and the minister was sloshed. The next morning, I had a bunch of voicemails and texts from my parents. He swallowed. I had called them after the wedding and told them the news. They weren't happy. Liam didn't enjoy remembering that weekend, the conflict with his family, the threats of losing everything. They said those places were a racket. The minister was fake. And there was nothing to worry about. They'd take care of it. He was ashamed of his behavior. But he owed Victoria the truth. I said I wanted to marry Olivia, but they told me if I didn't let them take care of it, they would cut me off financially. He looked up at her as she stood there listening, her face expressionless. There was a trust fund from my grandfather, but I couldn't access it until I turned 22. If they cut me off, I wouldn't have been able to pay for college or anything else. Liam scrubbed his hands through his hair. The next morning, I tried to explain it all to her, to tell Olivia we had to undo it all, that I'd marry her when I graduated and came into my trust fund. But I knew my parents would never accept her. I apologized, but the whole thing was kind of hazy. We argued and she left. My first year of college, I drank too much, and sometimes I forgot things when I'd been drinking. The perfect son, quarterback of the football team, star baseball player, perfect grades, wealthy. Liam had gone wild when he was out from under the watchful eyes of his parents. They'd been so worried he'd marry the girl from the wrong side of the tracks that they didn't worry about him going off to school. Liam? The tapping increased. Thank goodness he was smart. The amount of drinking and partying that first year had been astonishing. He'd been so happy not to have his parents planning every moment of his life that he'd spun out of control. When one of his friends committed suicide, it had shaken Liam to the core. He'd straightened up and gotten back on track. To this day, he rarely drank, much to Victoria's annoyance. Somehow, Olivia's phone number was gone after that weekend. He vaguely remembered them fighting and her crying, but he didn't remember deleting her number or blocking her. The social media accounts were gone as well. It was like she'd vanished off the face of the earth. When he asked his mother for her number, then asked her to get a message to Olivia via her grandfather, that was when his mother told him the news. Olivia had dropped out of college and married some biker she'd met at the restaurant where she waitressed. Devastated, Liam figured he deserved it after the way he'd hurt her for not standing up to his parents. But married? How could she marry some other guy she'd just met? It had hurt more than he let on. Knowing he'd messed up and missed his chance. Lost her to another guy. That true love was an illusion. He made his peace and moved on, knowing he deserved to lose her after how rotten he'd acted. Vowed to never hurt another woman the way he had Olivia. Liam! Victoria clenched her hands into fists at her sides, 2 spots of color on her cheeks as a small vein pulsed in her neck. Sorry, are you saying the wedding was real and my parents didn't get it annulled? Seriously? She rolled her eyes so hard it looked like marbles rolling across the floor. Yes, it was real, and I know they told you they'd take care of it, but someone dropped the ball somewhere along the way. Probably some civil servant too lazy to do his job. She ripped the envelope out of his hands and pulled out a sheet of paper. You married some girl named Olivia Owens. With a deep breath, she pulled herself together as he watched her, wary. Olivia Pearl Owens. Whatever. She arched a brow. Don't worry, Daddy's lawyer is excellent. He'd been married all these years to Olivia. His parents hadn't cut him off, so they obviously thought the matter was taken care of. Did she know? Did she have any idea that her marriage to the biker guy wasn't valid? Was she still married to him? Why didn't he listen to her the next morning when she tried to talk to him? Why didn't he stand up to his parents? A snort escaped. Because he'd been hung over, that's why. And because he'd been a coward. Too afraid of being broke, like her. Having to live together in some shack. He'd been such a jerk. Hadn't even driven her to the airport. Victoria handed him a pen. Sign here. The lawyer will take care of getting these to her so we can get this taken care of. I have a wedding to plan. Mother will want to get the announcement in the paper right away. In a daze, Liam took the papers from her. I need to go home. Tell my parents in person. I've been so busy since we started dating that I haven't been home in over a year. Can it wait until we go home for Thanksgiving? Don't be silly. She ran her fingers through his hair. There's no time. Thankfully, I've known since I was a little girl exactly how I wanted my wedding to be. Daddy will do whatever it takes to see I get the wedding I've always dreamed of. Of course he would. She was an only child, so her parents spoiled her, even more than Liam's parents had spoiled him. He remembered when they'd flown out to attend the wedding of a cousin, and he'd brought Victoria as his date to the wedding. Both of his parents adored her. Immediately started asking probing questions about them settling down and starting a family. His mother had serious grandbaby fever. Victoria patted his arm. I'll arrange for the jet to take you home. I know your mom will want to help plan the wedding. Home? She's in Magnolia Beach? I thought Olivia lived in South Carolina with her husband. We're still talking about her. Victoria consulted the papers, a frown on her face. Looks like she moved back several months ago. She pursed her lips. Let me call the lawyer again. I don't see where it says she's married. Why don't I come with you? Get this sorted out as quickly as possible. Panic flooded his veins, dousing the tiny flame of hope that ignited in his chest. No, let me go first. I want to tell them the news. You can fly out later, after you and your mother figure out who's doing what." She pursed her lips. "I guess that would work. Daddy said you can work remotely while you take care of this little problem." Then she pointed a finger at him. "Are you going to see her? Is that why you don't want me to come with you?" Liam pulled her close. While he'd been happy enough dating Victoria, he hadn't given any thought to getting married, let alone at Christmas this year. "We don't want any trouble from her or her husband, if she has one. Let me take the papers and have her sign them in person. It's been a long time. I doubt she even remembers." Even as he said it, Liam knew it was a lie. Her face flashed in his mind. She'd been crying as she stepped into the cab, a look of utter defeat on her face, as he, like a coward, watched from the hotel window before passing out and sleeping all day. It didn't matter what they'd been to each other so long ago. They were just high school kids. First love and all that stuff. It was silly to think your first love could be your only love, wasn't it? Anyway, Olivia was married. Or was she? The lawyer for the firm never missed important details. Could his mother have lied to him all those years ago? It no longer mattered. Past was the past. Liam was going to marry Victoria and make partner at the firm, his future set. Later, he could do whatever he wanted in life. All he had to do was go home, get the papers signed, and move on with his life. Chapter 4. The never-ending day started when Liam stalked down the steps and slammed the car door. The private jet had been luxurious, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sleep. By the time the plane landed in the morning, he was grouchy and filled with dread. Instead of going home to see his parents, Liam picked up the rental car that sat idling as he exited the jet, then drove straight to the house where Olivia had lived all her life. The house was across the tracks in a shabby but well-kept neighborhood. People were working class, mostly in hospitality or blue-collar jobs. When he knocked on the door, a tired-looking mother of 3 said she'd lived there for years and didn't know who Olivia was, nor did she care, but he was welcome to come in and babysit if he was so inclined. Away from the house, Liam stood on the cracked sidewalk, contemplating who to ask where to find her when a door next door opened, and an older man stepped out onto a sagging green porch. He told Liam that he'd heard him asking about Miss Owens. The man said Olivia moved to South Carolina years ago. Then several months ago, she'd come back and moved in with her grandfather, who was now recovering from an illness. A vague memory surfaced, but Liam couldn't remember where her grandfather lived or why Olivia's mom hadn't been close to him, other than he knew they'd fallen out over money. Liam's own grandparents were still living, though he rarely saw them, as they spent most of their time in a retirement community in Florida or taking trips. The man coughed as he told Liam where Olivia lived. He slapped his thigh, saying Liam was in for a big surprise, and that he'd better let his mama know he was in town, or there would be trouble. Why was he angry at the thought of Olivia being married? After all, the whole reason he was back in town was to get a divorce so he could marry Victoria. On the drive to the historic street, Liam asked himself that question and more. Their relationship had ended years ago. Yet the shame and regret for his behavior and actions back then made him feel like a little boy caught shoplifting, then having to apologize in front of everyone in town. Worn out from being on her feet all day, Olivia couldn't wait to take a nice, long soak in the tub after dinner. A few hours all to herself, with no interruptions, no theories that the tooth fairy was really a monster who made crowns out of teeth, which, let's be real, made Olivia want to sleep with the lights on. Uninterrupted time was a luxury that only came around a few times a year. No way was she wasting it. At breakfast that morning, Lily and her grandfather informed Olivia they were going out to dinner and a movie tonight and wouldn't be home until 9. Usually Olivia nixed being out on a school night, but her daughter had completed all her chores for a month without a single complaint or having to be reminded, so a deal was a deal. Not complaining about chores for the month meant Lily got to pick one weekday event per week for 2 months. The little negotiator was already angling for repeating the challenge. With the convention going on over in Myrtle Beach, the past week had been busier than usual at Stack's. Normally during the off-season it was quiet, a few tourists who enjoyed the cool weather, or tourists from up north who wore shorts and went in the water, while the regulars shivered in sweaters and jackets. Visitors heard about the bookstore from friends that had stayed in Magnolia Beach. They wanted one of the coveted cream and teal blue canvas tote bags that entitled the reader to a discount when they brought the tote with them to the store, especially since they couldn't buy them online, only in person. Not to mention, Stack's had the best bagels for miles. So much so that people came in just to buy a baker's dozen of the New York-style bagels. As Olivia turned on to Magnolia Drive, the sight of the old trees and brightly painted Victorian houses made her smile. As a girl, she'd always asked her dad to drive down this street before they went home. Growing up, Olivia might have been poor, but she knew they loved her. It was seeing how much her parents loved each other, even with their problems, that made her believe in soulmates and true love. The only issue? Her mom and grandparents fell out over her dad. They wanted to help her mom and dad financially, but they wouldn't accept what they called charity. Her dad struggled with depression, had a hard time holding down a steady job when he was in one of the dark places, as he called them. There'd been too many times to count growing up that Olivia woke to no power or water in the little house. Kids at school could be merciless, so she'd bike to her grandparents to take a shower before going to school. No way was she going to be the smelly kid. When her dad was in a good mood, she was allowed to spend lots of time with her grandparents. The day her grandmother died, she'd driven over to their tiny cinder block home to try and get Olivia's dad some help, to take him to see a doctor, but her mom was stubborn. People said that's where Olivia got her stubbornness, from her mom and grandmother. Her mom sent her grandmother away. That was the last time Olivia ever saw her. She died of a heart attack a month later. Her dad got worse as Olivia got older. Her mom stuck by his side through the black days and the good days. On the days when there wasn't any food in the house because her dad had gotten fired from yet another job, Olivia would bike all the way to Magnolia Drive to the lilac Victorian house. Some days, when things were really bad, her grandfather would open the door and she'd burst into tears. Without a word, he'd pull her into his arms, offering stability and calm. To this day, Olivia watched Lily, on guard for any sign that her dad's depression had passed to her child. Thankfully, Lily was a happy child, and there had been no sign of depression. After everything that happened with Liam that first semester of college, Olivia couldn't cope. She dropped out of college against her grandfather's wishes. Full of shame, she refused to live with him, not wanting to hear the lies Liam's mom was spreading around town about her. There was a program across the border in South Carolina that taught young single mothers how to cope. Her grandfather paid for the program. A friend of his ran the program, had an apartment out back where Olivia could live. Afterwards, she moved into a tiny house with two other girls from the program. They were all young with babies, but it worked until she got the call that her grandfather had a heart attack and a stroke. The worry over losing him was what made her quit her job and come back to Magnolia Beach, no matter what people in town said about her. Funny thing, everyone was supportive. They had decided Liam was to blame, not her, thanks to her grandfather setting everyone straight. All of these old houses outside of town sat on large lots with driveways that went around to the back of the houses. There wasn't a garage, so her grandfather had built a carport when she was in high school to protect the paint on the vehicles from the searing sun. It was also nice when it was raining and she had to bring in the groceries. With a heavy sigh, Olivia parked the car and dragged herself to the door. The lock always stuck, so she wriggled the key, cringing as the door creaked when it swung open. She'd spray all the creaky doors again before Lily got home. Looked like her grandfather had forgotten to leave the lights on. This was the first week that the doctor had given the okay for him to resume his normal activities. He tired easily, and she'd noticed him becoming more forgetful over the past few weeks, but hoped it was related to the stroke or the medications, and not a sign of his mind diminishing. She walked through the mudroom to the kitchen, turning on lights as she went. Instead of finding coloring books and stuffed animals all over the kitchen table and the living room, Olivia was happy to see her daughter had cleaned up her projects, as she called them, before she'd left for her night out. The notebook she was forever scribbling in was nowhere to be seen, so she must have taken it with her, hoping to eavesdrop on people in the theater. Ready to go upstairs and soak in the tub, she caught sight of something on the front porch. It looked like there was a package propped up against the front door. If the wind picked up when it rained later tonight, the package would get soaked. Her grandfather parked in the back like she did, so he wouldn't see it until morning. The front door swung open without a single creak. Not wanting to attract any bugs, she left the porch light off as she stepped out onto the old white porch to collect the package and the mail from the box on the wall. Olivia? Preoccupied with worrying about Lily wearing out her grandfather, Olivia jumped 3 feet. Keys still in hand, she thrust her arm out, the flashlight on her phone lighting up the porch. Who's there? He stepped from the shadows into the circle of light, leaning against the railing. A gasp escaped as Olivia fumbled for the phone, watching it tumble through the air, numb with shock. He caught it before it could hit the floor. When she took the phone from him, their fingers brushed, making her shiver. Olivia Pearl, it's been a long time. Liam. The sound of her heart filled her ears. It was late. She had to get rid of him, fast. He looked the same, yet tired, as if he'd been running around a track non-stop, unable to take a break and rest. She looked him over, the thick black hair in need of a trim, the strong planes of his face, and the green eyes that reminded her of the shallows of the ocean in summer. "I'll get right to the point. No sense rehashing the past. What's done is done." He shifted from foot to foot. "It's been over 8 years, so I'm sure you'll want to get this over as quickly as I do, especially since you're a bigamist." "A bigamist? What on earth are you going on about, Liam Donovan?" "The biker guy you married? Since you obviously forgot you're already married to me, that makes you a bigamist." She went up on her tiptoes and poked him in the chest. "A biker? Have you lost your mind? I am not married." She deflated, shoulders slumping. "Except to you." "You didn't marry a biker you met at the restaurant where you worked?" Liam looked confused. "But my mom—" He trailed off, clearly realizing his mother had made up the story. But why? It wasn't like it mattered now. As she watched, he recovered, straightening his shoulders, the tiny flicker of hurt hidden in the green depths of his gaze. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. I have to think about my future." He thrust a manila envelope into her hands. "I need you to sign these and give me a divorce." "What? Did your parents threaten to cut you off again if you didn't toe the line?" Grateful her voice stayed steady, Olivia frowned at the trembling envelope in her hands. But no matter how much she willed it, her body wouldn't stop shaking. She narrowed her eyes at the boy who'd become a man, albeit one she now despised. "Fine, I'll sign them. But I don't want to see your face around here ever again." He ran a hand through his hair. "I need to take them back with me. I need them signed now." "Whatever." She rolled her eyes. "What part of I don't want to see you don't you understand?" She crossed her arms, pressing the envelope to her rib cage, willing her heart to quiet. "After I sign them, I'll mail them to your lawyer. I see the address is right here on the envelope." She stood on the porch, blocking the entryway to the house. The lights were off in the living room, but she worried he'd see the drawings she framed, and that somehow he'd know, though it was ridiculous, really. How on earth could he think she would have left him and married some stranger? A quick glance over her shoulder made her cringe. She could see into the brightly lit kitchen, and there on the chair, a small purple backpack dangled from the back of the chair in plain view. "You need to leave." She angled her body to block his view. "Go back to your perfect life. It shouldn't be hard. Walking away has always been easy for you." Without waiting for an answer, Olivia turned sideways, slid inside, and slammed the door, the old glass panes rattling. She turned the deadbolt, then leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, until she heard the boards on the porch groan and crackle as he stomped down the stairs. It wasn't until she heard his car pulling away from the curb that Olivia risked a peek out the window. Watching him leave hurt, but not nearly as much as it had before. And this time she had Lily to protect. No way would she let him break her daughter's heart the way he'd broken her heart all those years ago. Chapter 5. Elizabeth Charles moved the rocking chair to the lounge chair on the deck, following the sun. It was cold in the shade, though cold was relative at 60 degrees. She looked out at the marsh as she sipped a mug of tea, happy with her life. True to his word, Colton helped her paint the inside of the cottage in bright cheery colors as his housewarming gift. The man who adored gray, beige, and white gladly painted her kitchen apple green. The living room was now a turquoise color that made her think of the water around an island, and the bedroom was the hottest pink she could find. He'd looked ill when it was done, but pasted a smile on his face as he asked her what color she wanted the laundry room. The bright floral wallpaper made the small room pop next to the new white washer and dryer. As much as Colton liked his house, he'd been spending more and more time at her place, colors and all. Elizabeth hoped, if they ever married, that Colton would move in with her instead of her having to leave the marsh and move in with him. She'd even repaint the bedroom from shocking pink to, well, not gray, but something he could live with. Today was her day off, a perfect day for running errands and catching up on laundry. Soon, she'd be so busy with the upcoming holidays that Elizabeth would give up her precious day off so she could fit in all her clients, make sure their hair looked good for all the upcoming parties. Everyone wanted highlights for the holidays. She loved her job working at Curl Up and Dye, had never thought she'd do anything with the classes she'd taken. Her old life and the scandal seemed like a lifetime ago. Colton's mother, Samantha, did not like her, not one tiny bit. She'd tried to break them up when she found out Elizabeth was back in town. Thankfully, Colton had stood up to his mother. Right now, they weren't speaking since he'd refused to allow his mom to act like a spoiled teenage girl. As much as she wanted everyone to get along, Elizabeth was staying out of this one. It was between Colton and his mom. The sound of a motorcycle made her look up from taking clothes out of the dryer. It sounded awfully close. Usually it was quiet on this stretch of the marsh. Most of the homes were privately owned. There were only 2 or 3 rentals. The tourist traffic and noise rarely reached this far. Halfway to the bedroom to put away the clothes, the doorbell rang. She dropped the basket of clothes on the sofa and opened the door to see Colton standing on the porch, wearing a grin so big it swallowed his face. "What a pleasant surprise. I thought you were working today." He pulled her into a hug. "I finished early. How about lunch at that pizza place you love?" Colton kissed her soundly. The smell of leather and a hint of the ocean filled her senses as she rested her head on his shoulder, feeling the soft, buttery leather of his jacket beneath her cheek. "I'd love to go to lunch. Give me 5 minutes to change, and I'll be ready." "Nope, you're perfect." His blue eyes twinkled. "In fact, grab a coat and a hat." Elizabeth arched a brow. "You're never cold. It's 60 outside. Why would I need a coat and a hat? We're not eating outside, are we?" "Nope," he refused to elaborate, making her suspicious. He was wearing jeans and a gray cashmere sweater. The man took her breath away every time she laid eyes on him. Like his mom, he'd gone gray early, though he was gray at the temples, the rest of his hair a medium brown. With a clean-cut look about him and a powerful jaw, the man could have modeled suits or cologne instead of being a lawyer. He was taller than her at 6'3", something she liked when she wore heels. Elizabeth didn't like it when a man was shorter than her. It made her self-conscious. She was average height, with black hair and hazel eyes. Though Colton liked to say her eyes were the color of the sky before it rained, and her hair reminded him of a midnight sky. That charming man. "Wait a minute. You finished work early, and you're not out playing golf? What's going on?" The man loved golf, played at least 3 times a week. Colton leaned in to kiss her again. "You look beautiful. Quit stalling. Let's go. With a shrug, she wrapped a scarf around her neck, pulled on a hat, and added a jacket. Already warm, she followed him outside and stopped, mouth open. The hydrangea bushes had hidden the bike from view. You bought a motorcycle. The grin on his face made her think of a kid on Christmas morning. He held up a bright blue helmet. This one's yours. The other helmet was as black as the sleek-looking bike. Shaking her head, Elizabeth pulled on the helmet, glad she was wearing jeans and boots. Is this a midlife crisis thing? He made a face. I'm too young to have a midlife crisis. When I do, I'll buy a speedboat or something equally ridiculous, like a racehorse. As if the motorcycle wasn't ridiculous. Then a faraway look spread across his face. Remember when I rode through the hallway on my motorcycle at school to break you out of detention? She climbed on the bike behind him, wrapping her arms around him. The kids still talk about it, like some legend handed down from senior class to senior class. Though, as far as I know, no one has been bold enough to try that stunt again. With a throaty purr, he pulled onto the road, the sun shining on them as he drove to her favorite pizza place, 2 towns over. Chapter 6. Talk about a callous jerk. Liam drove down the road, wishing he would have listened to Victoria and let the lawyer handle everything. Losing one of his closest friends had changed him. It wasn't something he talked about to anyone. Summer break in Europe after hitting rock bottom changed Liam. He quit drinking and came back, ready to work, to make something of himself. When he found out there was a history of drinking and other addictive behavior on his dad's side, Liam vowed never to drink to excess again. In the years since, he rarely drank. If he was at a company event, he might carry around a glass of club soda with a lime, or a glass if Victoria handed him one. Liam never had more than one drink the entire night. He'd seen his father sloshed at too many parties to want to follow in those footsteps. Victoria not only didn't respect his wishes concerning alcohol, she actively tried to get him to drink. It was an issue between them that Liam didn't know how to resolve, especially after he'd told her about losing his friend. Her father drank to excess like his own, so she didn't understand why Liam couldn't join in, let loose, and have a bit of fun. Sirens had him looking in the rear view. He put on his signal, turned on to Ocean Drive, and pulled over, where anyone could see him and report back to his parents. The officer tapped on his window. Liam rolled down the window. "Good evening, officer." "In a hurry?" He tried to explain, but the officer had obviously heard every excuse in the book and wasn't having it. "License and registration." He handed over his license and fumbled around in the glove box of the rental car for the rental papers. "Stay put." The cop walked back to his car. 5 minutes later, he was back. "Watch your speed, Mr. Donovan." He handed Liam his license and rental agreement. "You have a pleasant night, and thank your parents for their support of the Magnolia Beach PD." "Thank you, officer." He wondered how much money his parents had donated for such treatment. Not ready to go home yet, Liam pulled into a parking lot for public beach access. He'd let his foul mood get the best of him tonight. A sigh escaped, as Liam knew he needed to apologize to her. It was windy as he walked along the shore, thinking. While he was trying to figure out his life, his phone rang. She didn't even give him a chance to say hello when he answered the call, just started talking. Mother and I are so excited. She's been pulling strings since you left so we can get married on December 23rd. That way, we can enjoy Christmas and the New Year, then leave on our honeymoon. I'm thinking Bora Bora, or maybe a tour of the South Pacific to ring in the New Year. Panic filled Liam. Victoria, stop. She huffed. We agreed to hold off on any announcement or plans until I talked to my parents, remember? Her laugh tinkled through the phone. Don't you worry about a thing. The announcement will run this weekend, and Daddy has already called your dad to discuss a potential business venture that would benefit both our families in a big way. Your mother will work on her guest list and give it to you before you come home. I hadn't decided where I was staying. He stiffened, thinking of all the questions his mother would have, how she'd want to be in the middle of everything. It was like a freight train without brakes. He had no say in anything other than to show up and smile and say, I do. Maybe he should change his name to Ken, Barbie's companion, who was always by her side, but didn't have a vote in any of her plans, other than to be arm candy. The thought stopped him, the water soaking his loafers, chilling his bare feet. Was this how women felt when men ignored their wishes and plowed ahead with whatever they wanted? He shook his head. It was too late at night to be figuring out women and their motivations. Liam, are you listening to me? Yes, it's been a long day. I'm tired. Call you tomorrow? He trudged out of the water, through the sand, back to the rental car. Have you seen her yet? She wasn't home. Liam didn't know why he didn't tell Victoria he'd seen Olivia, only that he needed more time. Olivia deserved an apology for his behavior tonight, and for back then. He swallowed. As much as he preferred to keep the past firmly in the past, he'd answer any question she asked. Then he'd ask for her forgiveness. Then, and only then, would he ask her again to sign the papers and divorce him. And if some small part of him wondered what it might be like to really be married to her, living together as husband and wife, Liam pushed the thought aside. He was going to make a lot of money as a partner. He'd be set for life and have a beautiful, rich wife. It was a worthwhile trade. Olivia for Victoria. Wasn't it? Liam hadn't expected so many memories to be dredged up since setting foot back home. But then again, he hadn't expected a lot of things lately. Mabel's place was full, some kind of family reunion. He stopped at the sippin' shop to pick up his favorite apples. Hazel got them from the mountains. The variety was an old heirloom apple, too fragile for grocery stores, so he could only get them from a farmer's market, or here at the sippin' shop. Since he'd be flying back in the company jet, he decided to take a crate back on the plane with him. The place looked the same, with its packed shelves offering everything from food to shampoo to books and t-shirts. Well, well, I'd heard you were back in town. Hazel opened her arms wide. Come here and give me a hug, Liam Donovan. He breathed in the scent of apples and cinnamon, as if he'd interrupted her in the middle of baking a pie. It's good to see you, Hazel. She released him, looking him up and down from head to toe. You look tired. Heard you had some fancy high-powered job. She waggled a finger at him. Even smarty pants like you need a day off here and there. He ran a hand through his hair, a smile on his face. Hazel had owned the sip-and shop as long as Liam could remember. She'd always been there to listen when there had been a problem with his parents, especially his mom, who liked to meddle in his life. Hazel poured him a cup of apple cider. Your favorite, if I remember correctly. It is. He took a sip, then another, and another, until he drained the cup. I'd forgotten how much I missed the cider here. She poured him another cup, a half smile on her face. You been home yet? Liam shook his head, a wave of exhaustion rolling over him at the thought of enduring endless questions from his parents. Not yet. She pressed her lips together as she wiped fingerprints from the glass counter. I suspected as much. Your mother will have heard by now. I suppose you're right. Might as well face him tonight. Hazel had the kindest eyes. You go on now. She hugged him again, whispering in his ear. And go apologize to Olivia. Mrs. Williams already told me about your argument. He snorted. I'd forgotten how everyone knows everything here. Mrs. Williams must be 100 years old by now. Hazel tugged at the collar of her bright yellow shirt. She's 96 and still swims in the ocean in the summer, and every day at the community pool the rest of the year. Hazel let loose a full-throated laugh. The woman would have made an excellent spy. On that note, Liam left the warmth of the sip-and shop and drove down Ocean Drive, all the way to the end, where his parents' estate sat, lit up like it was Christmas. Lauren, the housekeeper that had practically raised Liam, pulled him into a hug before she smacked him on the shoulder, hard. You come home and don't come here first? Shame on you, boy. He ducked his head. I'm sorry. I thought maybe I could be in and out of here without anyone knowing. Wishful thinking, huh? She laughed a deep belly laugh. You always had a vivid imagination. Come on in. I made apple pie when I heard you were back in town. Miss Lauren, or Lauren as he'd been allowed to address her ever since he went away to college, winked at him. Your parents are in Italy for another week. A grin broke out across his face. Now that and the apple pie are the best news I've had since the plane landed. He followed her into the warm, inviting kitchen. They had updated it since he'd last been home. Now it was all marble and stainless, which should have been cold and sterile, but Lauren made it warm and welcoming. The kitchen was her domain, one his mother never set foot in if she could help it. She set a plate with a large piece of apple pie in front of him and sat down across from him. Now, sugar, let's talk about how you're going to fix things with that sweet Olivia. She held up a hand. I know all about that Victoria girl. Your mama can't stop talking about her. She fixed him with a gimlet stare. But you and me, we know you still care for that gal. It's time for you to figure out what you really want before you make a mistake that can't be undone. Chapter 7. By the time Lily and her grandfather returned from their evening out, Olivia had finished folding the laundry. Neat stacks sat on the old pine coffee table in the living room, which had once been the parlor. After the confrontation with Liam, she couldn't sit still long enough to take a bath. So instead, she'd cleaned and gathered up all the laundry. Thank goodness he hadn't dropped by unannounced when Lily was home. While she had Olivia's olive skin tone and her nose, she definitely had Liam's eyes and smile. The good thing about the job at Stack's was that Olivia ate for free, which helped with the grocery bills. Since they'd come to Magnolia Beach, Lily had been hungry all the time, making Olivia wonder if she was going through another growth spurt. "Potato, tomato, come to Mama." The old door banged open, the glass rattling in the frame as Lily called for her cats. Potato emerged from behind the curtains, yawning. He was an orange tabby cat with green eyes. A meow sounded from upstairs. "Tomato, I'm home," Lily called. Tomato took his time coming down the stairs, meowing the entire way. Olivia swore the brown and white cat had a touch of Siamese in his DNA. Lily sat on the floor, petting the cats she'd named all by herself. "Where did you eat?" Olivia tapped her lip. "Let me guess. The hot dog stand." "How did you know?" Lily blinked up at her. "I spy mustard on the hem of your shirt." Lily buried her face in Potato's fur, her voice muffled. "That's because I wiped my mouth on my shirt." She looked up. "But not on my sleeve, because you said not to use my sleeve as a napkin." Her grandfather met Olivia's eyes over Lily's head. "She has a point." Olivia refrained from responding, instead asking, "What movie'd you see?" Her daughter wrinkled her nose. "It was about a dog who got lost and had to find his way home." Scorn filled her voice. "He wasn't very smart. Tomato and Potato would have found their way home much faster." She pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. "I'm sure you're right. They're very smart." Lily stood, Tomato in her arms. "Come on, Potato. We have to get ready for bed." That was the deal. "Yes, it was. You get ready. I'll be up to kiss you good night." Lily paused on the stairs. "Can we read one chapter before bed?" "Of course." She waited until she heard the water running in the bathroom. Lily liked to eavesdrop, so much so she'd outed one of the waitresses at Stack's who was pregnant and hadn't told anyone yet. Lily had loudly announced to the full restaurant that Darla had a baby in her tummy, and that was that. Now everyone knew. Her grandfather looked around. "Jane won't have anything to clean this week." With a sigh, Olivia flopped down on the sofa. "Want to talk about it?" Her grandfather sat on the sofa. He didn't look quite as tired tonight, which was a good sign. The man knew full well she cleaned when she was stressed or couldn't sleep. Olivia had tried to get him to let her clean and quit paying for a housekeeper, but he wouldn't hear it. He'd hired Jane when Olivia's grandmother passed, and said he'd keep her until he joined his wife in the great hereafter. The story spilled out. "I'm just so glad Lily wasn't here." "Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I wish you'd never met that boy. His family always thought they were better than everyone else in town. I think some of that rubbed off on Liam." She snorted. "They think I'm trash." He patted her hand. "Your parents had their problems. They never had much money, but they were happy and so much in love. Sometimes, when people love each other that much, they can't let anyone else in, not even their own child." "I don't know how you forgave Mom after she stole from you to go buy a stack of lottery tickets after Dad said he had a dream and the numbers came to him." "Your dad was ill." He sighed. "Do you remember when your mom saved that little kid?" Olivia nodded. "She got hit by that golf cart when she scooped him up from chasing the golf ball. She hurt her back real bad. The doctor gave her strong pain pills, and she got addicted for a while. It's why sometimes there was no money to pay the bills or keep the lights on." He put his feet up on the table with a groan. She noticed his hands still shook when he was tired, but he'd recovered remarkably fast, given his age. You and Liam were so happy together. Sometimes I think I shouldn't have filled your head with all those stories about your parents when they first met. He got to his feet. You need to tell him. She knocked the stack of towels off the coffee table. No, he promised we'd always be together. Then he dumped me and never looked back. I tried to tell him. So many times. Olivia clenched her jaw so hard, surprised her she didn't crack her teeth. I tried to tell his parents. His mom said I was trash, that the baby wasn't even Liam's. She called me a tramp. We were married. How could she say such an awful thing? Her grandfather's shoulders slumped. It's your choice, but secrets have a way of coming out at the worst times, especially in Magnolia Beach. How long do you think it will be before someone in town slips and tells him? She glared at the pile of towels. He'll be gone before then. She cleared her throat. He's getting married to a woman from a really rich family. She wiped her eyes. She's beautiful. You're beautiful and kind, the most wonderful mother. I'm so proud of you. He turned on the light in the kitchen. The man always drank a glass of hot chocolate before bed, no matter the season. If Liam can't see that, maybe it's best you both moved on. But that was the problem. Liam had moved on, but she knew the truth. Even after all the hurt, she was still in love with him, had never stopped loving him. Chapter 8. The skies opened with a crack, pelting Rose with rain as she staggered out of the doctor's office. How utterly fitting. She'd checked the weather that morning before her appointment. Clear, sunny skies. Yeah, right. A half laugh, half sob escaped. Sometimes she wondered if the weather people sat around and laughed as they made up the forecast. At least the rain suited her dark mood. How was she going to find the words to tell Alex? It seemed like only yesterday she'd rolled into town, met Hazel, and had gone to work for Alex. They'd gotten off to a rocky start, with him being the town hermit and her escaping what would have been a disaster of a marriage if she'd gone through with it. Alex had won her over, his scars and prickly nature not enough to keep her away. The scars had faded so much that you had to look closely to notice the faint lines. Marrying him had been the happiest day of her life. Not ready to go home and not wanting to see Alex quite yet, Rose drove to the one place guaranteed to lift her spirits, their animal sanctuary, the Great Escape. Amanda wasn't working today, instead taking the day off to go look at another boat with Chase. His business was going so well, he was thinking of expanding, adding another charter boat, and hiring one of his friends, recently returned from a stint in the military, as the captain. It might be October, but it was still warm at the beach during the day. At night, the wind off the water was cold, promising bonfires, hot chocolate, and warm, cozy sweaters. Once you lived in the South and on the beach for a while, you quickly acclimatized to the weather, making anyone up north laugh when you were cold at 60 degrees. By the time she parked, the rain had faded into a fine mist. She stowed her belongings in the office, putting her keys and phone in the pocket of her pants. The apples went in the pockets of her hoodie. 2 of the goats playfully butted her as Rose checked on all the animals. Her part-time employees were busy going about their day, so she waved and kept going out to the furthest pasture. They'd added a horse a month ago, one that arrived from an abuse situation. He'd let her touch him only 2 days ago. Today, she brought an apple with her, knowing they were his favorite. It was funny, the way animals bonded, rather like people. One of the heirloom chickens had bonded with the horse. The hen followed him around and sat on him when the horse would lie down for a few minutes under a tree. Sometimes she sat on his back as he meandered around the meadow, much to the delight of the workers and visitors. Rose settled in the shade under a tree with a book open on her lap. It stayed open to the same page as she stared at the meadow, unseeing, focused inward. A soft snuffle startled her. "Hey, Achilles, I brought you an apple." Rose pulled the apple from her bag and offered it to the horse. He took it, noisily crunching away, while the hen took a dust bath under the tree where the dirt hadn't gotten wet from the rain. The misty rain turned into a drizzle as she sat there. For how long she didn't know, trying to put the words together to tell Alex the heartbreaking news. Achilles ate the other apple, then wandered off across the meadow, stopping to nuzzle the chicken, who had settled in under a bush. When she moved over so she could watch Achilles, her fingers brushed an egg. Rose held up the light blue egg, the colors blurred, turning into an impressionist landscape. "I've been looking all over for you." Alex knelt down beside her, his hair wet. "What's wrong?" She held the egg in her palm, tears streaming down her face. "Look." She held up the egg. "It's perfect, not broken like me." The concern etched across her husband's face made her cry even harder as she tried to get the words out. He pulled her into his lap, murmuring soft words into her hair. "Whatever it is, we can fix it." "We can't." Rose twisted around until she was facing him. "Not this time." The awful news poured out of her. "I can't have children. There's a problem with the quality of my eggs." She shook her head. "Doc Mullins consulted with 2 other specialists to be sure. I've been sitting here for hours, trying to find the words to tell you." In between sobs, Rose told Alex everything the doctor had told her. Gently, she set the egg down beside her. "I know how much you want children. If you don't want to stay married to me, I'll understand." His face twisted. "Never say such a thing. You are the most important person in my entire world. Without you, I'd still be an empty shell of a man." Her husband had a face angels would weep over. His good looks had been an issue when she'd first come to work for him. The scars had worked in his favor. She'd been so fed up with good-looking men that if he hadn't had the scars, Rose knew she never would have given him a chance. He still laughed about it, saying he'd been the beast and she was beauty come to set him free. But now, would he still want her? Or was he just saying he did to make her feel better? "Are you sorry you married me, now that you know I'm broken inside?" She stiffened and tried to pull away, but he held her fast, his voice breaking. "Rose, stop. I love you. I don't regret marrying you." His eyes shimmered with liquid and spilled over. "Yes, it's a blow that we can't have children." I could picture a little girl with blonde ringlets and big blue eyes that looks just like you, laughing and smiling. Rose sobbed into his shirt. her heart shattering into 1,000 pieces. "Listen to me." He waited until she met his eyes. "That was a dream. Our life, right here, right now, is reality. You are my heart. I won't leave you. We're together until the last breath leaves our body, and then we'll find each other again." Why couldn't she be one of those women who cried beautiful, perfect tears without messing up their makeup or their face getting all red and splotchy? No, Rose knew she was an ugly crier. "I've been sitting here all morning trying to tell you I destroyed our dream of having children, that I ruined the life we might have made as a family." She looked into his green eyes as he cried with her. "I worry, once the shock wears off, you might change your mind." Rose sniffed. "If you do, I'll understand." Alex scowled at her. "Do you think so little of me?" "What? No." "Then why would you say such an awful thing?" He took her hands in his. "We made vows to each other, vows I will keep until I'm dust in the earth." When he hesitated, Rose held her breath, afraid of what he might say. But he shocked her when he said, "There are other options. We could adopt or foster." He gripped her hands so tight, she yelped. "Sorry." Alex let go and touched her cheek, wiping away the tears. "We'll figure it out, together." Gently, his lips met hers, the kiss of promise that they would figure things out, together. "I love you." She sniffed. "I love you too. I'm so sorry I doubted you." They sat under the tree, watching the rain cross the sky. When it stopped, Alex helped her to her feet. Rose looked up at him, her heart heavy. "I feel like we're in such a terribly lonely place. When our friends get pregnant, I don't want them to feel like they can't share their news with us. I want to be happy for them, even though I know it'll break my heart every single time." She touched his cheek. "I would have loved a son with your dark hair and green eyes." "Our friends will understand." And a small smile started at the corner of his mouth. "We have kids. They just happen to be furry." Alex took her hand in his as they made their way back to the office. "We can adopt, foster, take in more animals, whatever you need. I'm there." He gently brushed his lips across hers. "I'll always be there for you." Chapter 9. Liam blew out a breath. He'd driven by Stack's 3 times and had yet to park and go inside to apologize to Olivia. People would start talking if he kept driving around, so he parked and walked, noticing how pretty the town was compared to his own city. Several people stopped him to ask how he'd been and tell him how nice it was to see him again. When he saw Clem, Liam did a double take. The guy was only a few years older than him. He had how many kids? "Liam, heard you were back in town. Come in and have a drink." He followed Clem into the fish market. "You have 3 kids?" Clem put a white apron on over his jeans and t-shirt. 4. The little one is at home with her mama." "Wow, I always wanted a big family." Clem clapped him on the shoulder. "Better get going." Liam looked around the market. Even his particular mother bought her seafood from him. She had him fly in lobster for her several times for the big summer parties she hosted every year at the house. Now that Liam was out of college and working full-time, his parents spent their time traveling, almost 6 months out of the year. though his father was still on the board of several companies. Clem went to the cooler, pulled out a soda for himself, and nodded to Liam. Beer? Soda? A Dr. Pepper would be great. He sat at one of the scarred round tables, picking at a tiny hole in the knee of his jeans. Clem handed him the soda and went to the door to flip the sign to open. When he sat down in the chair, he opened his soda and downed a third of the bottle. I remember people saying you'd gone a bit wild. Before Liam could say anything, Clem went on. Not surprising, with how tight of a leash your parents kept you on. When you're the only child, expectations are higher than if you have 4. He looked around the store. I just want 'em to be healthy and happy. Maybe one of 'em will want this place when I retire. If not, that's okay too. Liam shifted in the chair. My parents expected me to be perfect at everything. Still do. It's a lot of pressure. He was grateful when Clem changed the subject, at least at first, until he heard her name. Clem leaned back in the chair, the front 2 legs in the air. Have you seen Olivia? She threw me off her porch. Clem grinned. That girl always could hold a grudge. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. She works at Stack's, in case you were wondering. Lauren told me. Clem finished his soda, took both of their bottles to the trash. I wondered if she might. What else did she say? Liam turned, one hand on the doorknob. Nothing much. Why? What is there to know? But Clem was saved as a customer came striding in, almost running into Liam as he jumped out of the way. There was something else going on. Had Olivia been married after all? Maybe she was divorced and no one wanted to tell him? He walked over to Stack's, stood outside, pretending to peruse the books in the window. The bigger question was, why did he care? He was here to get her to sign the papers so he could go back to California, make partner, and marry the boss's daughter. No more stalling. Liam pushed the door open. Stack's hadn't been here back in the day. Back then it was some kind of restaurant. What kind he couldn't remember. The smell of books and chicken noodle soup filled his nose as he walked into the combination diner and bookstore. The employees placed Stack's tote bags around the store so shoppers could fill a tote as they perused the shelves. Back in the day, Liam used to read a great deal for pleasure. Now, if it wasn't a nonfiction book related to his profession, or how to get ahead in life, he didn't have time. He no longer had time for a lot of things he used to do. Not dwelling on his lack of free time, Liam smelled her tangerine shampoo before he caught sight of her. She was on a ladder, placing books on the top shelf. Not wanting to startle her, he leaned against the opposite bookshelf and waited, looking around, people watching. Later, he'd guess his instincts had registered what the sound meant before he consciously registered that she was falling off the ladder. A small sound escaped as Olivia fell. Liam caught her in his arms, the sound of his heart so loud he couldn't hear what she was saying. Are you okay? She tried to talk, wheezed, tried again. Gently, Liam knelt down, sitting with her still in his arms, his back against the travel section. You caught me. Olivia gulped in air. Thank you. I don't know what I was thinking. She took a breath. 1 minute, I was shelving the diet books, and the next, I was taking a step back to look at the shelf, to make sure all the books lined up evenly. A slightly hysterical laugh escaped. I forgot I was on a ladder. Her hand went to her neck, to fiddle with a gold chain. After another breath, she pushed out of his arms, leaving Liam with a strange sense of emptiness. I have to get back to work. He scrambled to his feet. Olivia, wait. Can we talk? Talk? She stalked to the rack of newspapers from around the country that were set up on a rack in the middle of the store. A sinking sensation filled him, rather like the time he'd gotten caught in the rope of a friend's sailboat and went overboard during a storm, the ocean greedily pulling him down into her depths. She pulled out a newspaper, opened it, and thrust it at him. As she shook the paper in front of his face, Liam reached out a hand to the back of the chair in front of him. You thought I didn't know. I know all about your rich girlfriend, or should I say fiancé. In disgust, she smoothed the wrinkled page, closed the paper, and put it back on the rack. Funny thing, I already knew. This just confirmed it. He blinked at her, the words not computing. How? Social media. A friend of a friend sent me the post your girlfriend shared, showing off her ring. Olivia's shoulders slumped. She's beautiful. I hope you're happy together. He reached out a hand, but she shook her head, taking a step away from him. From the announcement, it's obvious she's even richer than you and your family. I'm sure your parents are delighted. She put her hands on her hips. Everyone who worked at Stack's wore pants or shorts and a t-shirt with Stack's embroidered on it and an outline of a stack of books on the shirt. Her shirt was red, his favorite color on her. The jeans were a giveaway that she was cold. Otherwise, she'd be wearing leggings or shorts, from what he remembered. She must be pressuring you to get this all settled. Divorce me so you can marry her by Christmas. Liam's senses went on high alert when she stumbled over the word Christmas. What was he missing? As he stood there racking his brain, she bent over to pick up a magazine someone had left on the chair. You kept it, after all this time. Her hand went to the palm tree charm as she tucked the necklace back in her shirt. Ridiculous, I know. Who finds their soulmate when they're 16? She pulled her phone out of her back pocket. Looking at the screen, her face drained of color. I have to go. She ran out of the store as he watched her. On his way out, he ran into Alex Parrish coming into the store. He was 2 years older than Liam, but their families had run in the same circles, and they'd both been on the football and baseball team together, so they knew each other, though they'd never been close. Liam, heard you were back in town. How's life out in California? You doing much surfing? Don't I wish. All I do is work. Most days I don't even know what day it is. Liam pushed the door open. I've got to catch up with Olivia. A smile filled Alex's face as he clapped Liam on the back. I told Rose you two would work things out. Lily is such an amazing kid. Makes me laugh until my face hurts. We adore her. He arched a brow. It must have been a shock, finding out you have a daughter after all this time. I don't... That is... What? Alex pulled his phone from his pocket. It's Rose, he grinned at Liam. Don't worry, Lily is 7, going on full-blown teenager. She'll help you figure out how to be a dad. As Liam watched, his mouth hanging open, Alex strode into the store, talking on his phone. He had a daughter. Chapter 10. Olivia couldn't believe she ran out of Stacks like she was a cookie, and a horde of hungry toddlers were chasing her. Today hadn't been a good day for her grandfather. He hadn't slept well and was tired, so instead of leaving Lily with him after school, she'd made arrangements for her daughter to stay with Miss Madison and Miss April. Used as the new black, always smelled like dusty flowers, freshly baked cookies, and antiques. The bell tinkled as she went inside the shop, pausing to admire the display window. The sisters were ready for Halloween. They'd dyed an old wedding dress black and had dressed a mannequin like the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz. The mannequin was spray-painted green, holding a broom in one hand and a pair of red glitter shoes in the other. There were stuffed monkeys at her feet and paper bats, along with a big full moon hung from the ceiling by fishing line. They always came up with the best display windows. "Mom, look at my outfit." Lily twirled her way over to Olivia, dressed in some kind of flapper dress from the 20s that came down to the floor on her daughter. A rhinestone tiara, a feather boa, a pair of gold boots, a crystal wand in one hand and a book in the other completed the look. "Wow, that is quite an outfit." Lily turned in a circle. "Do you like my makeup? Miss April did it." Her child had sparkly purple eyeshadow up to the brow bone, bright pink blush, and the reddest lipstick Olivia had ever seen. "You look like a fairy princess." "I know." Lily twirled around the store. "Maybe I'll be a princess for Halloween." She paused, eyeing a display of purses before continuing to twirl around the shop. It made Olivia dizzy just watching her. "Or I might go as a crazy cat lady. Miss Madison said I could wear a cat t-shirt, cat ears, carry a cat purse, and get this." Her daughter paused dramatically. "Tell me." Olivia hid her grin behind her hand. Lily opened her eyes until they were as big as golf balls. "She said I can borrow a special stroller that has a screen all around it, so I can put tomato and potato in the stroller and take them trick-or-treating with me." She squealed, delighted by the prospect of wheeling two terrified cats around town on Halloween. "I like the costume idea. However, I'm worried Tomato and Potato might be scared of all the kids in their costumes." Lily frowned, tapping the wand against her lip. "Maybe. Potato is very brave, so I'll have to think about it." Olivia didn't see the sisters, so they were probably in the kitchen in the back of the store, enjoying afternoon tea. "Why don't you change out of that glorious costume? Thank Miss Madison and Miss April for letting you play dress-up, and gather your things so we can go home and have—" Are you ready? Lily hopped up and down. "Chicken nuggets and mac and cheese, no vegetables." "You got it. It's Wacky Wednesday, so no vegetables." Her daughter had recently decided she no longer liked vegetables. It was a struggle to get her to eat them, so Olivia had compromised and said 2 nights a week Lily could pick whatever she wanted for dinner, even cereal, and no vegetables. If, and only if, the rest of the week she would eat 3 bites of whatever vegetable was served, no complaints or snarky remarks. So far it had worked, but Lily's best friend Emma would likely come up with a plan to get Lily out of eating the vegetables. Emma was the pickiest eater Olivia had ever met. She felt sorry for Donna, Emma's mom. Lily was a healthy weight and active, so Olivia decided this was a phase, and she'd pick her battles. It took a few tries, but Olivia had replicated the famous Chick-fil-A nuggets using her Dutch oven. She went to thank the sisters for watching Lily, only to find her daughter munching on cookies as fast as she could shove them in her mouth. Thank you both for watching her today. Miss Madison looked at Olivia over the rim of her teacup. Miss Trudy saw you running out of stacks like the house was on fire. Miss April cackled. Wouldn't have anything to do with Liam catching you when you fell off that ladder, would it? She put a hand to her heart. So romantic. There's hope for you two yet. Who's Liam? Lily used the hem of her unicorn t-shirt to wipe her mouth. Did you get hurt? No, I'm fine. He caught me. Lily's mouth dropped open. Like a prince? Rescuing the princess? Then her daughter grinned. I like the stories where the princess rescues the prince. Maybe next time you can catch the prince. Miss Madison snorted into her tea. Lily loved fairy tales, adventure stories, and animal stories. The child loved to read, would get so engrossed in a book that she wouldn't even hear Olivia calling her for dinner. Miss April wore cocktail rings on every finger. They sparkled as she talked with her hands. You know what they say. Click your heels together 3 times under the full moon and say, bring that man back to me, and it will come true. Really? Lily looked entirely too intrigued for Olivia's liking. She made a face at the sisters. Now I know where she comes up with all these ideas. Both sisters teased her as they said their goodbyes, though she could see the concern in their eyes. On the drive home, Lily chatted away while Olivia half listened, lost in thought about how to tell Liam he had a daughter. Now that he was back in town, even if it was only for a short while, he deserved to know. On the other hand, he'd be leaving, and she didn't want Lily to get hurt when he left. On autopilot, she parked in the back, gathered up Lily's school things, and walked into the house as her daughter continued telling her about the class turtle. Some days she wondered how Lily breathed as much as she talked. Who's that man sitting in the living room with Grandpa? Lily hung her book bag on the hook in the mudroom and, without waiting for Olivia, ran into the living room. Grandpa, are you feeling better today? She hugged him as Olivia stood frozen in the doorway. Her daughter turned her attention to Liam as Olivia made her way slowly into the living room, as if avoiding landmines. Are you the man who caught my mom when she fell off the ladder today? Weren't you afraid you'd drop her? How do you know my mom? I haven't seen you before. Do you live here, or are you just visiting? I was. But before Liam could answer any of the other questions, Lily launched into a story involving the rabbit that the 3rd grade class cared for, and how they all wanted the turtle and the rabbit to race, like the story. Olivia went to her grandfather, sat beside him, anxious and off balance at the whole situation. How are you feeling? He patted her hand. I'm doing better after my nap. The circles under his eyes seemed better, and he dressed in pants and a sweater by himself. Since there wasn't anything baking in the oven, she knew he had sent Karen home early. Karen came during the week for 4 hours a day to help her grandfather, but he usually sent her home early, insisting he was fully recovered, and said being tired came with getting old. When her grandfather nudged her, Olivia sighed. What brings you by? She made the mistake of looking at him when she asked, really looking, and what she saw made her gasp out loud. Somehow, he knew. She could see it in his eyes as he watched every move Lily made, hanging on to every word. How had he found out? Lily, why don't you take the goldfish crackers we bought yesterday and go play with Emma for a little while before dinner? That stopped the stream of words coming from her. Really? She jumped up and ran to the kitchen. Thanks, Mom. Can Emma have Wacky Wednesday dinner with us? If her mom says it's okay, then yes. Lily threw her arms around Olivia, kissing her on the cheek with a loud smack. She did the same to her grandfather, then turned to face Liam. Thank you for not letting my mom fall. You're welcome. He watched her go, a half-sad, half-angry look on his face. When he opened his mouth, she interrupted. I'm going to make dinner. You can help. She went to the kitchen without waiting for an answer, knowing he'd follow. Grandpa, you relax. Want to put some music on? He pulled out his phone. A moment later, classical music filled the room from the speakers installed in the ceiling. When she was his age, Olivia hoped she'd keep up with technology like her grandfather had. Technology fascinated the man. He adored all the apps and couldn't believe at what he could control from his phone. They had one of those camera doorbells, speakers throughout the house, and other gadgets, all controlled by an app. Just last week, he had something put on all the curtains so he could open and close them on a timer via an app. He said he was getting too old to be going around to all those windows and opening and closing curtains all day. With an arch of her brow, she'd told him she and Lily could do it, but he grumbled under his breath, and she knew it was more the novelty of opening and closing the curtains from his phone than from any actual need. Lily loved to get a hold of his phone and open and shut the curtains. She's adorable. Liam leaned against the island, arms crossed over his chest. Set the table instead of standing there glaring at me. He narrowed his eyes. I don't know where the dishes are. The kitchen isn't that big. I'm sure you can figure it out. She turned away from him to pull the chicken out of the fridge. For several minutes, there was a tense quiet in the kitchen as she cut up the chicken and coated it in the spice and flour mixture while Liam set the table. Was this what their life might have been? Them together in the kitchen cooking dinner, eating as a family? With a thunk, Liam set the last plate on the table. The dishes were old, a creamy yellow with brown trim, a design of a flower on each plate. The Falls Craft Village pattern had been on her grandparents' table for as long as she could remember. When were you planning on telling me I have a daughter? The milk went flying off the counter. Of course, Liam caught the carton before it hit the floor. The man had lightning-fast reflexes. How did you find out? He set the milk on the counter. That's all you have to say to me? I had a right to know. I am her father. Her hand trembled as she poured a cup of milk into the bowl. Olivia whirled around to face him. You lost the right to be involved in our lives 8 years ago. She pointed the wooden spoon at him. I tried to tell you, many times. Olivia glanced out the back door to make sure Lily and Emma weren't on their way over. You blocked and deleted my number. Then you changed your number. She hurled the words like knives to a target. I called your parents, begged them to tell you. After Lily was born, I went to your house to tell them, but they turned me away. Unable to focus on dinner, she leaned against the counter, grateful for the support. Your mother insinuated that I was a tramp and couldn't possibly know if the baby was yours, or that I'd somehow trapped you into marriage. The color drained out of his face. He reached for her, thought better of it, and stood there in the middle of the kitchen, his green eyes glittering with anger or sadness. She couldn't tell which, through the sheen of tears filling her own eyes. But we were only together that one time. The night we got married." He looked stunned. "And I sent you away." He shook his head to clear it. "My mom said you married some biker guy and forgot all about me." "Honestly," she rolled her eyes, "do you seriously believe that?" "No." There was no hesitation. He sat down heavily in a chair at the table. "When did you find out you were expecting?" Everything from the past came flooding back, a tsunami taking out everything in its path. On Christmas Day. The door banged open, the sound of laughter in the mudroom as Lily and Emma took off their shoes. "We're starved," Lily called out. "Why don't I smell delicious nuggets cooking?" With a deep breath, Olivia wiped her eyes and pulled herself together. "I couldn't find the oil. Why don't you two go play in your room, and I'll call you when dinner's ready." "Okay." Lily took Emma's hand, pulling her along, whispering loudly, "That's the prince who caught my mom." Emma eyed him as she passed by, her eyes huge. It wasn't until she heard Lily's bedroom door slam that Olivia turned to face him. "I can't have this conversation." Liam took her hand, not letting her pull away. "Then when?" She wasn't ready. Now that he was here, in front of her, and knew about Lily, her courage deserted her. "I have to check Lily's schedule and my work schedule. I'll let you know." "How are you going to do that? The town grapevine?" He dropped her hand, stalked over to the island, and wrote his number on a piece of paper using one of Lily's crayons. "Call me tomorrow, or I'll sit on your porch until you tell me everything." He left, careful not to slam the door behind him. Somehow, she made it through dinner. Emma talked almost as much as Lily, so Olivia didn't have to contribute much to the conversation. After the girls cleared the table, her grandfather lingered. "It doesn't matter how he found out. Now he knows." She finished putting the last dish in the dishwasher. "He's getting married in a few months, in California." She looked outside, across the way, to Donna's house, where the girls had gone after dinner. "I won't let him break Lily's heart by telling her that he's her father, only to have him walk out on her." Her grandfather pulled her into a hug. "It was a long time ago. You've changed, and so has he. Normally, I'd say kick him to the curb, but you have a child together. You at least owe the boy a conversation." "Fine, but then I want him gone." Chapter 11. If Olivia didn't call him today, then tomorrow Liam was going to sit on her front porch until she talked to him. When Victoria finally answered the phone, he was in a foul mood. "I thought we agreed to hold off on the announcement in the paper." There was a huff on the other end of the line. "Well, hello to you too, sweetie. Mom put it in the paper. She talked to your mom, who said to go ahead. So what's the problem?" "Nothing. I didn't sleep well. Sorry." He heard high-pitched laughter in the background. "Where are you?" Her voice went soft. "Trying on dresses." The squeals made him wince as he held the phone away from his ear. When she came back on the phone, she was breathless. "I'm going to fly down for the weekend. We have so much to do before the wedding." "No." Liam cleared his throat. I mean, no need. My parents will be home next week. I'll have dinner with them, then fly back." "Are the papers signed yet? Have you seen her?" "Not yet, but she said she'd sign them this week. Liam paced outside by the pool. Steam rose off the heated water. So, you saw her? Liam let out a sigh. I wanted to give her the papers in person. It's fine. What could he tell her? Oh, by the way, the first woman I ever loved has a daughter, and she's mine. Someone called to her. Well, hurry. I miss you. He took a deep breath. You too. Unable to sit still, Liam went to the beachcomber for one of their famous burgers, anything to keep his mind off Olivia and Lily. If he didn't hear from her by morning, he'd drop by to check on her grandfather, and if he happened to still be there whenever she got home, she'd have to talk to him. Despite the rolling turmoil within, Liam had a good time at the beachcomber. He caught up with people he hadn't seen since high school. Sure, he was on social media like most people, but it wasn't the same. On social media, he could see who'd gotten married or divorced, had kids, went on vacation, or bought a new house, but he couldn't get together for a game of touch football in the park or play golf. Being back here had made him realize how much he missed having time off, whether it was to play a round of golf or surf or do nothing. He'd been so focused on getting ahead that he'd cut out anything that wasn't work or work-related, other than Victoria. And in a way, she was work-related too. Alex walked over to him. Liam, this is my wife, Rose. He turned to the woman at his side. This is Liam. The look she gave him made Liam want to stand up straight, which was ridiculous considering they were almost the same age. I've heard all about you. It didn't sound like a compliment. She looked up at her husband. There's Amanda. I'll leave you two to catch up. It was interesting to meet you, Liam. No, Rose was not a fan. Alex grinned. Don't mind Rose. She's Team Olivia. Team Olivia? Liam followed him to the bar. Is there a Team Liam? Chase joined them, a grin on his face. Not that I'm aware of. You're the talk of the town. This was the one thing Liam didn't miss about small towns. When you grew up in a small town, everyone knew your history. Let's just get it all out there. Liam took a sip of his drink, the smell of burgers on the grill making his mouth water. Am I the only one who didn't know Lily's my daughter? Alex and Chase looked at him with pity on their faces. Pretty much. Alex held up the bottle. To groveling. Chase grinned. And begging. What? Why do I have to do the groveling and begging? I'm the one who was in the dark. You can tell he's still single. Chase shook his head. Alex leaned against the bar. You're going back to California and getting married. From what I hear, Olivia went above and beyond trying to let you know you're a father. He shrugged. So yes, grovel, beg, plead, do whatever it takes so she'll let you be involved in Lily's life. His face turned serious. You don't know how lucky you are. Liam wanted to ask what Alex meant, but caught the look on Chase's face and dropped the subject. As the night passed, snippets of conversations he'd heard since coming home fell into place. The looks from people in town, the way his mother acted when she found out he was home. Instead of being happy, she'd told him to let the lawyer handle everything. Why hadn't anyone told him? He would have been there for her. Guilt and shame flooded through him as a tiny voice reminded him that his parents would have cut him off financially Without a cent to his name, he wouldn't have been able to help her with the baby. As he sipped his sweet tea, another thought dropped into his head. He had his inheritance now. There was nothing his parents could do if he wanted to help Olivia. And in that moment, Liam knew he wanted to be a dad, had to be part of their lives. Somehow he'd make it work. Another part of him wished he could go back, change the past. Was it too late? Or might Olivia give him another chance? Reality came crashing in as Victoria's face flashed in his mind. He had a brilliant career ahead of him. The money he'd be pulling down would set him up for life. Victoria asked nothing of him other than to show up to whatever event or vacation she planned. The job and Victoria were now a package deal, as his soon-to-be father-in-law had made crystal clear. His stomach clenched. Maybe he shouldn't have eaten that chicken he'd found in the fridge for lunch. Lauren was off for a long weekend, so Liam had to fend for himself. Wishful thinking, that's all it was. Olivia hadn't given him any signs she wanted him in her life. If anything, he'd bet she wouldn't want to tell Lily about him. If he lived here, things might be different. Then he could be a part of his daughter's life. But living all the way across the country, no matter how much he wanted to be involved, there was no realistic way to make it work. She was living with her grandfather, working a minimum wage job, so at least he could help them financially. He got the burger and fries to go, not trusting his stomach. It took a while to reach the door, stopping to say goodnight to everyone. Outside, the ocean air helped. Great. The dim headlights shone on the rental car. It wouldn't start. Figured. As Liam was about to go back inside to ask somebody for a ride to his parents, Olivia pulled into the parking lot. As he watched, she let someone out. The woman waved and ran inside. The headlights from her car illuminated him. He could almost feel the annoyance rolling off her as she pulled up beside him. Need a lift? I guess the headlights didn't automatically turn off. The battery's dead. Did you call Earl? Liam clenched his jaw at the pain in his stomach. Does he still own the garage? He does. Did you hear he and Mabel finally got married? She shook her head. You wouldn't know about all that. I can call him. I don't want to put you out. She just rolled her eyes. Get in. You can text him and have him come and get the car. Tell him I'm giving you a lift to your parents. He'll have someone bring the car to you when it's fixed. And that was a great thing about small towns. On the short drive to his parents' house, she told him about Earl and Mabel getting together. Both of them carefully avoided the subject of the past and of Lily. Liam wrapped his arms around his stomach. It was definitely the chicken. Come in for a few minutes? No way, your parents hate me. His head ached, and he was sweating. They're not home, won't be back for a few days. He shifted in the seat. Lauren made apple pie yesterday. With the crumb topping? He nodded. One piece of pie, then I'm leaving. Okay. It was a start. But before the car rolled to a stop in the driveway, Liam flung the door open, sprinting into the house, leaving Olivia to follow. A while later, he found her out by the pool, an empty plate beside her. Are you sick? She looked at him, and maybe he imagined the tiny flicker of concern in her eyes. But then again, maybe it was the beginning. I think I might have food poisoning. I found some chicken in the back of the fridge that I ate earlier. He gingerly sat on one of the chase lounges by the pool, the sound of the ocean loud in the quiet. I'm afraid you'll just have to get through it. Water. You need water to stay hydrated. Your dinner's in the fridge. She looked at him, half in shadow, as she stood in the doorway. You should go to bed. Don't want to move, he groaned. I'll be fine out here. When she came back outside, she didn't sit down. Instead, she put the water on the table beside him, stood there watching him. I want to tell Lily that you're her father. She looked out at the ocean. But let's be realistic. She'll get attached to you. You'll be going home soon, back to California. She'll never see you. And soon you'll be married. Your wife will want her own kids. She won't want you flying out here to see Lily. Liam tried to sit up and failed. I'll find a way to make it work. Olivia pressed her lips together. The moonlight turned her silver. I don't want you to break her heart. It was the last thing he heard before he passed out. The next morning, Liam woke to the sound of the ocean, the sun in his eyes, and something crinkling under his shoulder. He felt fine. Whatever stomach bug he'd gotten had passed. As he stretched, he saw the corner of a manila envelope under the cushion. No. Liam opened the envelope, sliding the papers out. Olivia had signed the divorce papers. He was free to marry Victoria. So why did he feel like he was making the second biggest mistake of his life? Chapter 12. Something was going on. Elizabeth turned around to catch Colton and Dalton whispering. Again. It was the third time since they'd come in for dinner. Rose shrugged, a guilty look on her face. They were sitting at the bar, waiting for the table by the fireplace. Dalton was tending bar, and their friends kept dropping by, as if on a whim. All of their friends had decided to eat at What Ails You at the same time on the same night. She shook her head. It wasn't her imagination. Colton and her friends had been acting odd all day. Come to think of it, so had several people in town. After 2 haircuts and 3 highlights, Elizabeth was tired from being on her feet all day. The Crocs she wore made her feet look big, but she wore them because they were the only shoes that didn't leave her feet begging for mercy at the end of the day. At least they came in a multitude of bright colors and prints. The company was even collaborating with others, like Liberty of London and Vera Bradley, to come up with cute prints on the rubber shoes. The bright yellow platform Crocs were her favorite, since not only were they super comfortable, but they made her a couple of inches taller. A server led them over to the table, the fire crackling merrily in the fireplace. The wind off the ocean was bitterly cold tonight, making her glad she'd worn a heavy sweater. Ever since Colton had bought the motorcycle, he insisted on driving it everywhere, unless it was raining. Thank goodness it was getting too cold to ride. She liked the bike, but sometimes she just wanted to sit in heated leather seats without the wind blowing through her and giving her helmet hair. The server brought them a glass of wine, along with an appetizer of homemade spreadable cheese and a variety of breadsticks. Colton fiddled with the sleeves of his sweater. The man never fiddled. She narrowed her eyes, but before she could ask, he cleared his throat. If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go? Okay, she wasn't expecting that question. Elizabeth thought about it. I can only pick one? He leaned back in the chair, a bit more comfortable. Maybe he'd simply had a trying day. She knew he'd been handling a contentious divorce. The couple in question argued over the smallest items, screaming at each other almost every time they were in the same room. You're right. One place isn't enough. Okay, your top 3 vacation spots. Italy was easy. She'd always wanted to visit Rome and Tuscany. Oh, and Capri with the Blue Grotto. Not to mention Venice. There were so many places in Italy she wanted to visit, to soak up the history. Italy, too many places to pick just one city. He laughed, tapping his fingers on the table. Something else he rarely did, but she let it go, warming to the idea of going away. I agree. He took a sip of wine. But maybe we'd start with Venice? With a nod, she smiled, getting into the spirit of the discussion. France would be my second choice. Paris and the countryside. Colton's eyes twinkled. I'd love to see the catacombs in Paris. She shivered. All those bones? What if we got trapped down there? You've been reading too many thrillers again. You're right. I have. It's like I see conspiracies everywhere. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. The server came to take their order. The special tonight was surf and turf, with twice-baked potatoes and roasted carrots. They both ordered the special, though Elizabeth wanted a salad in place of the carrots. Cooked carrots were not her favorite vegetable. And your third vacation spot? She took a sip of wine, trying to decide. There were so many places she wanted to visit. Scotland. He looked surprised. Really, I would have guessed Greece. It was close. And really, if I was visiting Scotland, I might as well go to England, Ireland, and Wales too. The homemade cheese was some kind of sharp cheddar with a bit of horseradish. It was delicious with the sesame breadsticks. When she finished chewing, she pointed a breadstick at him. Your turn. Top 3 vacation spots. The glass of red wine glowed as the fire lit it from behind. Colton turned it in his hands as he thought about his choices. Scotland, to see those standing stones you're always going on about. It's a great series. The TV show is good, but the books are amazing. I'll take your word for it. Colton waved to Alice, his office manager, as she passed by on the way to her table. That was interesting. Elizabeth scanned the restaurant until she spotted Christy. Her friend had the same look of amusement on her face that Elizabeth did. Christy's dad was having dinner with her Aunt Alice, and it looked like the two of them were scheming. Everyone was up to something, or maybe Colton was right, and she was reading too much into everything. He pulled her attention back to him when he picked the rest of his top vacation spots. If I had plenty of time, I agree. I'd visit the rest of the UK, but if not, I'd pick Italy and Greece. Greece would be amazing. She'd love to visit the ancient ruins. Their dinner came, and they talked as they ate, enjoying each other's company. Colton was getting close to finishing with the acrimonious divorce. It had been a long, drawn-out affair, expensive for the couple, who argued over the most ridiculous things, like the throw pillows on the sofa. Elizabeth knew they were arguing over a lot more than pillows. Colton looked at the painting on the wall next to them. He spent 8 hours of my time arguing over the ugliest painting I've ever seen. Elizabeth closed her eyes in pleasure as she took another bite of the twice-baked potato. What crazy thing did she want? He grinned. His entire vinyl collection. She said she'd paid for most of it, so it should be hers. Colton shook his head.
Her lawyer and I tried to get them to figure everything out before getting us involved, but they couldn't do it. After a pause, he added, I don't think we'd argue like that. She opened her eyes so wide, Elizabeth thought she probably looked like an anime character. You're kidding, right? She snorted. The only way we wouldn't argue is if I ran you over with your new motorcycle and you couldn't speak. Or I'd killed you. Good thing I learned my lesson the first time. He rubbed the faint scar on his head. How long are you going to bring that up? She narrowed her eyes at him. You're lucky I didn't throw a hockey puck at your head. 8 stitches? I guess I was lucky it was my golf clubs and not a puck whizzing at my face. That was a very long time ago, and I was throwing your golf clubs out of the car. It wasn't my fault your big head got in the way. She knew she had a temper, though it was nothing compared to what it had been so many years ago. Luckily, she and Colton got a second chance, though he liked to tease her about the long-ago incident. Tell me about your day. I heard there's a waiting list to get an appointment with you. Glad I have an inside track. Colton took a bite of his steak, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'll be taking Thanksgiving and Christmas off, but other than that, I'll be working a lot. I'm sorry. I know this is a slower time for you. Then she smiled at him. Guess you'll have to play a lot of golf. He clapped a hand over his heart. However will I manage? They finished dinner, lingering by the fire as the pub slowly emptied. There were a few tourists, but this was the slow season, so it was mainly locals. Elizabeth looked around the pub, pursing her lips. All of their friends were still here, and they kept glancing over at them. When she turned back around to ask Colton what was going on, she gasped. There, in the center of the table, was a small velvet box. Colton got down on one knee, love shining in his eyes. I've loved you since the first day I saw you in high school, with your bright-colored clothes and eyes that saw straight into my soul. He opened the ring box. The band was platinum. There were 2 smaller white diamonds flanking an emerald-cut, stunning pink diamond. Though we parted for a time, I never stopped loving you. I'm so thankful you came home. All I ever wanted was you by my side, together in this crazy world. He held out the ring as the colors swirled together as tears of joy streamed down her face. Will you marry me, Lizzie? Elizabeth nodded. Yes, I'll marry you. She'd loved him for years, even after he broke her heart back in high school. They'd been through so much, and yet somehow had found their way back to each other. Cheers erupted in the pub as he slid the ring on her finger. It fit perfectly. Let me see. Christy held Elizabeth's hand up for everyone to see the ring. Is that a pink diamond? Rose leaned in for a better look. Chase, Dalton, and Alex clapped Colton on the back. I thought she was on to us, Dalton exclaimed. Elizabeth looked up. I knew you were conspiring, but I had no idea what about. Alex nudged his wife. Told you us men could keep a secret. Right, like you kept the secret about Lily. I didn't mean to tell Liam. I thought he already knew. I'm going to apologize to them both. Rose wrapped her arms around him. You almost blew it. Elizabeth asked us all a few days ago why you were all acting so odd. She laughed. I told her you're always odd, but that I thought you were planning a guy's trip, camping in the mountains. I believed her. Elizabeth held up her hand, watching the fire catch the ring. casting rainbows across the table. Amanda leaned in to hug her. "I'm so happy for you both." Dalton brought out champagne to celebrate. As they toasted, Elizabeth took Colton's hand in hers. "I love you." He kissed her on the cheek. "I love you too." Later that night, as they walked on the beach before going home, Colton turned to her. "What would you think about eloping?" She looked up at him, a smile spreading across her face. "I never thought about it, but it sounds like fun. I thought we could get married in Tuscany, travel around Italy, then go to France, and then to Scotland and the rest of the UK." Elizabeth jumped back as a wave almost hit her boots. "So that's why you were asking about my travel wish list." "That's me, super sneaky spy. Just call me James Bond." "Can you take so much time off work?" Depending on when they got married, Elizabeth could make it work. She'd been working with a girl fresh out of school who loved color as much as she did. In the next few months, Elizabeth thought she'd be ready. "One of Dad's friends is buying a vacation home here in Magnolia Beach. He can practice in North Carolina. Said he'd be happy to fill in while we're gone." He intertwined his fingers with hers. "I was thinking we'd take 3 months so we could see everything on your list." "That's a long time. We can always take more trips." A yelp escaped as Colton swung her up into his arms. "It's hard to travel with kids, and I want 4. She threw her head back, laughing. "We better go tomorrow, because I want 6, 3 of each." Colton grinned at her. "Then I think we should take 4 months off and add Greece to our itinerary. Because with 6 kids, we won't be traveling for years." Chapter 13. Lily danced around the kitchen, using a wooden spoon as a microphone, while Olivia banged on a plastic bowl, singing along. Her grandfather was spending the day visiting 2 of his friends who'd gone into assisted living. They didn't have any family left, so he tried to visit once a week. He'd missed seeing them while he recovered, so today he had Karen pack lunches for the 3 of them so they could sit in the conservatory and pretend they were outside. It was a nice place, but he'd informed her that in no way did he want to end up there. There was money put aside for in-home care if needed. It was a hard conversation to have, thinking about her grandfather diminishing, or even worse, losing him. Careful to take good notes, Olivia later typed them up on her tablet and printed off a couple of copies. She threw her head back, belting out the lyrics as Lily jumped up and down, singing her heart out, pigtails swinging wildly when the sound of clapping registered. "Liam, what are you doing here?" He'd dressed in a pair of jeans and a black cashmere sweater. Would it kill him to wear a bit of color? I knocked several times. He looked a little sheepish when he added, "The door was open. You shouldn't leave your door unlocked." "We're not in California. There's no need." Before he could continue his lecture, Lily tugged on his sleeve. "You're the man who caught my mom." "I'm Liam." "Lily Rose Owens." Her daughter twirled around as a song about being titanium played in the background. "You can call him Mr. Liam." "Okay." Lily took the purple feather boa off and motioned him to lean down. When he did, she draped it around his neck. The color was a definite improvement. "We're making chocolate chip cookies. Want to help?" He should have looked ridiculous wearing the feather boa with pride, but he didn't. His willingness to spend time with Lily softened Olivia. "I don't think I've ever made cookies. Can you tell me what to do?" "You've never made cookies? Didn't your mom teach you how?" Lily looked aghast at the idea, making Olivia cover her mouth so she wouldn't laugh out loud. My mom wasn't the kind of mom who cooked. A really nice lady named Lauren did all the cooking when I was growing up. He unwrapped the feather boa and hung it off the back of a chair. Miss Lauren's kitchen was off limits, so I never learned how. I'd love it if you'd teach me to make cookies. I put your feather thing on the chair so I wouldn't mess it up. Her sweet daughter took Liam by the hand, pulling him over to the island. She'd pulled over a step stool so she was high enough to reach the counter. I mess up a lot of my clothes. Mom says it's because I'm a kid and I'm super messy. She eyed his sweater. I think you should wear an apron so you don't get flour all over your sweater. It's really soft. She stroked his sleeve. An apron? At the look on his face, Olivia made sure she had her phone ready. No way was she missing this opportunity. Lily opened a drawer and came up with a pink, floral, full apron. Put this on. It goes over your head and you tie it in the back. She rummaged in the drawer some more and came up with a blue and white striped apron. I'll wear this one. Now watch how I put it on. Lily showed Liam how to put on the apron and tie it. See? Now we don't mess up our clothes. She turned to Olivia. Tell him the rule, Mom. You make a mess, you clean up the mess, Lily chimed in. Olivia held up her phone. Smile. Liam looked a bit bewildered, while Lily grinned, throwing her arms up in the air. The picture made her heart clench. They looked so happy together. Here's the recipe. Lily slid the bag of chocolate chips across the island to Liam. The ingredients are in the pantry. You get those out and I'll get the eggs. She pointed to the island again. I already got the butter out. It has to be soft before we mash it up. The man watched every move Lily made, and her daughter, delighted to have such an adoring audience, ate up every second. Content to watch him interact with Lily, Olivia sat at the kitchen table taking pictures. It's Friday. How come you're not in school today? Teacher work day. Mom took the day off so we could spend the entire day together. Lily put on her sweetest face, blinking her eyes at Olivia. The funny thing, it usually worked. Mom, can Mr. Liam come see the animals with us after the cookies are done? By the looks he'd been giving her, Olivia knew he wanted to talk about the papers and about Lily. But her daughter was having such a good time, she didn't have the heart to say no. I'm sure he's very busy. Nope, totally free. I'm at your service, ladies. He bowed as Lily giggled. Tell me about these animals. Are we going to a zoo? No, way better. To Miss Rose's animal farm. Lily handed him the dry ingredients. She had to speak up over the blue stand mixer. Now add these to the butter and sugar. Liam dumped the entire bowl, sending up a cloud of flour at the same time that Lily yelled, Wait! Hands on her hips, she eyed Liam with disdain, shaking her head. You're supposed to turn the mixer down to slow. Then a little at a time you add the dry stuff so you don't end up with flour all over your apron. She pointed. Now, aren't you glad you put that on? With a cough, he brushed off his sleeves and the front of the apron. Are you ready for the next step? Lily tapped her little foot. Aye, aye, Captain. Liam saluted her, making her laugh. She showed him how to add the chocolate chips and how to roll the dough into balls to put on the baking sheet. Olivia took the laundry upstairs, and by the time she came down, she heard Lily saying, Don't tell Mom, but the dough is the best part. Liam whispered, Why doesn't she want you to eat the dough? A heavy sigh filled the kitchen, making Olivia lean against the wall, with a hand over her mouth, out of sight of the two co-conspirators. The dough has raw eggs in it. you can get sick. Though, I think it's because parents know the dough is so delicious that if they let you eat it, you wouldn't want to bake the cookies. When they're cooked, they're pretty good dipped in chocolate milk, but not as good as the dough. What's going on in here? I hear a lot of whispering. Olivia pasted a big fake scowl on her face. Nothing. Lily was instructing me in the proper way to put the dough on the cookie sheet. Sure she was. Lily blinked innocently. Someone has to show him. She turned to Liam. Don't you have a little girl or boy to bake cookies with? And just like that, the easygoing vibe of the morning vanished. No, but I'm having fun with you. He looked at Olivia, his eyes sad. Somehow, she had to figure out a way to tell Lily about Liam, while at the same time protecting her daughter from getting her heart broken. The kitchen filled with the scent of baking cookies. Music played, and the three of them together. It was a teaser of how her life could have played out. All three of them sat at the table, eating warm cookies, when out of the blue, Lily looked at Liam and said, I heard Miss Donna say you and my mom liked each other a long time ago. Before she could say anything, Liam jumped in. We did. We met when we were 16. Wow, that's really old. You liked girls then? Lily was totally focused on Liam, absorbing every word. I did. Do you like boys? Her daughter made a face. No, that's disgusting. Do you know, there's a boy at my school who likes to smell his stinky feet. There's another one who pees in the plant in the classroom. And then, and this is the worst, there's a boy that still wears diapers at 7 years old. Liam blinked as Olivia laughed. You asked. Yes, I did. He made a show of shaking his head. Most boys have stinky feet, even when they grow up. As to using a plant as the bathroom, well, I don't know what to say other than you're right. Boys are gross. Lily laughed and laughed, holding her belly as she told Liam all the disgusting things about boys. Thankful he changed the subject, Olivia made a mental note to remind Donna about Lily's eavesdropping. We need to get going if you want to see the animals today. Lily jumped up from the table, taking their dishes to the sink. Are you ready to go see the animals, Mr. Liam? The horses are my favorite. I wish I had a horse of my own. She looked at him. It will be really fun. Yesterday, after school, we went to the beach. I made a sand angel and a frog, and I went in the water up to here. Lily pointed to her waist, then wrapped her arms around her middle. Brr! It was freezing. Mr. Liam has spent all morning with us. He probably didn't know it would take so long to make cookies. I'm sure he has things to do. Nope, Liam grinned. Like I said earlier, I'm in. Let's go see the animals. I'll even buy lunch. Lily jumped up and down. Yay, I want a hot dog. Why don't you follow us so you can leave from the sanctuary? I'll drive. I'd like to spend more time with both of you. Warily, she nodded. In the car, Lily talked about the beach, enumerating all the things she liked. I like how the water tastes salty on my skin. As Olivia looked in the rearview mirror, Lily licked her arm. Lily Rose, why are you licking your arm? I was showing Mr. Liam what I did when I got out of the ocean. Olivia thought Liam looked a bit worn out. He wasn't used to being around kids, especially ones that talked as much as Lily. At the sanctuary, Lily ran ahead to go see the goats and the new cows. Before Olivia could catch up to her, Liam stopped her. I found the papers. She turned to face him. Isn't that what you wanted? Now you can go back to California and get married. That is, I'd like to talk about how I could take part in Lily's life. When I get back, I'll talk to Victoria, tell her about Lily. It's something I should do in person, not over the phone. For being so smart, sometimes he could be so obtuse. They stopped at a fence to watch a couple of horses playing in a meadow. You think your fiancée is going to want to deal with a stepchild? She'll want her own kids and will resent the time you spend with Lily. Olivia kept her voice low in case Lily came sneaking up on them as they walked over to see the goats. Her daughter was helping one of the volunteers gather eggs from the geese. I'm not comfortable putting my daughter on a plane to come see you in California. I wouldn't expect. So what? You're going to fly across the country once or twice a year? Do you really think that's enough? She stopped and faced him. Do you want to do this to ease whatever guilt you're feeling? Or are you doing this because you think you should, and not because you want to? I don't want anything from you. Lily and I are doing fine on our own. They rounded the corner to the screened-in porch, where the cats could go outside. It was called a catio. The cats loved being out there, scratching on tree branches, lazing in hammocks, and rolling around in patches of sunlight. I missed out on so much. The day she was born, watching her take her first steps, hearing her first words, teaching her how to ride a bike, taking her fishing. Fishing? Ew, I don't like worms. Lily appeared on the inside of the catio, holding a cat in each arm. Her eyes were enormous as she looked at Liam with an intensity that made Olivia want to snatch her up and run far, far away. I heard Miss Rose talking on the phone inside. Is it true? At Liam's blank look, Lily rolled her eyes. Are you my dad? Chapter 14. Olivia's world turned upside down, spun out of control, and went flying into the darkest recesses of the universe. Before Liam could answer, Olivia put a shaking hand on his arm. Can we come in with you to visit the cats? Lily shrugged. Okay. They were walking around to the entrance to the screened-in cat porch when they ran into Rose. I think I really messed up. Her face was pale as she stared at Olivia. I was talking to Alex about you two and our situation. She took a deep breath. When I hung up, there was Lily sitting by the door. I'd left the top open. I think she heard me. Oh, she heard you, no doubt about it. Liam looked like he wanted to smile from ear to ear, but knew Olivia might bite his head off if he did. Rose put a hand on the wall. I am so sorry. It's fine, really. You know she's been awful lately about trying to spy on everyone in town. She keeps a notebook called Conversations, where she writes down everything she hears. Olivia glared at Liam before turning back to Rose. You'd be amazed at some of the things she's found out. She touched Rose on the arm. It's okay, I promise. I was trying to figure out how to tell her before she found out. You just speeded things up a bit. Your husband slipped and told me about Lily. You two aren't very good at keeping secrets, are you? Liam, enough. Olivia knew he was trying to be funny, to put Rose at ease, but all he did was make her feel worse if the look on her face was any indication of what her friend was feeling. Do you have any of that lemonade Lily likes? Rose brightened. I do. Let me get some for everyone. She hugged Olivia. Thank you for not being angry with me. I truly am sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. We can't all go skulking around in fear of Lily the listener. That got a small half smile from Rose.
When she went inside to get the lemonade, Olivia slowly walked to the door to the cat patio. "Let me talk first, then you can answer any questions she has, okay?" Liam nodded. "I'm so happy." "If you break her heart, I'll never forgive you." Olivia wiped her eyes. "I won't, I swear." He held the door open for Olivia, careful not to let any of the cats out. "It's about time." Lily was sitting on the ground with a sleeping cat on her lap. "Miss Rose is fixing the lemonade you like." "Oh, yum!" Lily went back to petting the cat, casting glances at Liam when she thought he wasn't looking. By the time Rose came out with the lemonade and cookies, Olivia's nerves stretched so tight she felt like she might snap like a rubber band and go flying out into the pasture. "I'll just leave you all here." Rose had her hair in a ponytail, making her look like some of the teenagers that volunteered at the sanctuary. "Please, stay a moment. Lily has something to say to you." Lily's gaze snapped to her. "I do?" The mom voice came out in full force. "You will apologize for listening to Miss Rose while she was on the phone." "What have I said about all the eavesdropping?" Lily's little shoulders slumped. "But how will I ever find out anything around here if I don't listen to everybody?" "Lily Rose Owens. We talked about this. I'm not sure if I should ground you or what the punishment should be." Her daughter wiped her eyes. She stood and slowly as a snail walked over to Rose. "I'm sorry for listening to your phone call, Miss Rose." Her eyes filled with tears. "Please don't tell me I can't come visit the animals anymore. I promise I'll try not to listen." She shifted from foot to foot. "It's really hard not to." Olivia coughed and elbowed Liam so he wouldn't laugh. Rose knelt down until they were eye to eye. "I forgive you. The animals would be sad if you couldn't visit." She looked at Olivia, who nodded. "But since your mom has told you not to listen in on people, maybe you could come help feed and clean up after the animals for," Olivia said, "for a week, every day after school, and no eavesdropping." "Okay," Lily hugged Rose. "I'll try not to listen." No one saw her cross her fingers as she hugged Rose. Rose got to her feet. "I have to call Alex back and tell him we're going to learn another language." The comment broke the tension. "We all should." Olivia figured if they did, little Lily would learn it as well. Her daughter was incredibly nosy. Once Rose had gone, Olivia sat on a bench. Liam sat at the other end, and they motioned Lily to sit between them. This was the moment she'd been dreading ever since Lily started asking about her father 2 years ago. "What you heard is true. Liam is your dad." Lily turned to look at Liam. "You are?" He nodded, for once, at a loss for words. "Why didn't you want me?" Leave it to a kid to cut to the heart of the matter. "He didn't know about you until he came to town." Olivia sniffed, willing herself not to cry, to be strong. Lily turned to face her. "Why not? Emma said her daddy got to see her being born." "Your dad and I got married, but then he went away to finish college. His family didn't like me, so he left. And that's why he didn't get to see you come into this world, talking 1,000 miles a minute." She pulled Lily onto her lap. Normally, her daughter wouldn't let Olivia treat her like a baby, as Lily called it. But today, she let Olivia hold her. "I didn't talk when I was born." Lily rolled her eyes, but she smiled. "I do like to talk." "We know, everyone in town knows. Mr. Chase said you made his ears hurt asking him questions about his boat." I like boats. I might want to be a boat captain one day, so I had lots of questions." As they sat on the long wooden bench, a cat jumped up onto Lily's lap. Olivia and Lily took turns stroking the silky black fur. Lily turned her head to look at Liam. "Why don't your mommy and daddy like us?" Liam looked like a spy who'd been caught and was being interrogated under a bright spotlight. He started and stopped several times, clearly not knowing how to tell his own daughter that his parents didn't approve of them and never would. "They wanted me to marry someone with a lot of money." Lily cocked her head, her gaze mercenary. "Do you have a lot of money?" "A good bit." The cat jumped down, stalking away, tail in the air at having been moved as Lily slid off her lap to face them both. "Is being poor bad?" "We're not poor." Olivia clenched her hands together. "But we don't have lots of money. You said we don't, and that's why I can't have a horse." She blinked at Liam, a sad look on her face. "You have lots of money. Will you get me a horse? You missed all of my birthdays and Christmases." "You want a horse?" Liam looked out at the pasture. The little manipulator. "Lily Rose Owens, you are on dangerous ground. What have I said about asking people for things?" Her daughter let out a long, suffering sigh. "That it isn't nice to ask for stuff." A mutinous look on her face. Lily put her hands on her hips. "But he's my dad. Why can't I ask my dad for things I want?" Olivia left that question for later. A month ago, after Lily helped Alex pick herbs from their garden, he'd offered to pay her. Her little angel had looked him in the eye and asked for a trip to Disney. One of her classmates had gone, so that was Lily's latest obsession. After 2 weeks, she was on to the next thing. Alex had called Olivia, saying he'd love to pay for the trip. She had to turn him down and have a talk with Lily. "Your dad lives in California. He'll be going back home soon. It's far away. Remember, I showed you on your tablet." Lily scowled. Olivia wanted to tell her now, hoping it would help when he left them. "He has a job there, so he won't be able to visit very often." "You're going away?" Her little face crumpled. "You don't want to be my daddy because we're poor, and your parents will be mad at you." Olivia's heart broke as tears streamed down Lily's face. She didn't say a word, instead looking at Liam as if to say, "You wanted to tell her, so you answer this one." He swallowed. "I'm proud to be your dad." He reached out for her, but Lily took a step back. Olivia noted he didn't deny what Lily said. "You're leaving us." Lily's lip trembled. Liam ran a hand through his hair. "My job is in California." "Why can't you get a job here? A boy in my class has a dad who works at home. Why can't you do that? Then you could live here." Her voice broke. "I've always wanted a dad." She wiped her face with the hem of her t-shirt. Olivia had to turn her face away as she wiped the tears streaming down her own face. When she looked at the two of them, her heart ached. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't protect Lily from getting hurt. "I have to be there for my job." He slid to the ground to sit in front of her. "Do you think we could spend some time together before I have to go back?" Lily eyed him, a look of uncertainty on her face. "Do you promise to come visit me?" He held up his hand, his pinky sticking out. "What is it you say? Pinky swear?" "A pinky swear is the biggest promise there is." Lily held out her little hand, wrapped her pinky around his. "If you break a pinky swear, you'll be sad and lonely forever." She pursed her lips. And you'll go to the bad place when you die. Liam nodded. I won't break our pinky swear. Her daughter, who had so much love to give, threw her arms around Liam, hugging him. Tears streamed down his face as he held her tight. Please don't let him break her little heart. Olivia gathered up the empty plates and glasses. Say goodbye to the cats. We need to get back to fix dinner for Grandpa. Lily went around petting and whispering to each cat. I won't let either of you down. Liam touched her hand. I need some time to figure out a plan to make this all work. Please trust me. A tiny kernel of hope bloomed inside her. Liam opened the door, careful not to let any of the cats out. They went around to the office to drop off the dishes, only to find Alex in the office. Mr. Alex! Lily ran to him, hugging him. I have a dad. Mr. Liam is my dad. I heard all about it. When Rose told her they couldn't have kids, Olivia's heart hurt for her friend. She and Alex wanted a big family, and now they faced figuring out how to create the family they wanted without being biological parents. Both of them adored Lily, so the fact that they had spilled the tea, so to speak, made them feel terrible. Alex pulled a carrot and an apple out of his pockets. Why don't you go give Midnight and Ginger a treat? Lily reached for the treats, then pulled her hand back, looking at her. Can I, Mom? She nodded. But don't stay long. We need to get home. Olivia couldn't stay mad at Lily for being nosy. She had a nosy streak herself, though not nearly as bad as her daughter. How about we make spaghetti tonight? Yay! Lily took the treats, hugged Alex, and went skipping to the barn to see the horses. I'm really sorry. Alex turned to face her after watching Lily. First, I slip and tell Liam about her, then she overhears Rose talking to me. It's not an excuse, but I thought he already knew. Liam held out his hand. Olivia tried to tell me, many times. Apparently my parents have been busy. The look on his face made Olivia wish Liam hadn't met someone else, that he could be more than a part-time dad. Olivia's grandfather told me how my parents basically ran her out of town. They spread lies about her to me and to people in town, which I don't know how I can forgive. He let out a breath. I've got a lot of making up to do. Thanks for letting Lily spend so much time here. It means a lot to her. She absolutely adores the animals. Olivia hugged Alex. Tell Rose I'll call her later. Alex stood there in jeans and a t-shirt like he was holding his breath. Then he said, I'd really like Lily to have Midnight and Ginger. I know how much she wants a horse. He held up a hand. They can live here. There's plenty of room. I'll cover the board and vet bills for the first year. Teach her to ride. It could be a Halloween present or a Christmas gift. I'll pay for them after that. Liam looked to Lily, running across the field, a huge grin on her face, as she babbled away, too far away for them to make out what she was saying. Not wanting to be the bad guy, Olivia bit her lip. I need to think about it. Owning one horse, let alone two, would be a big responsibility. Lily would have to come and help take care of them. She needs to earn them. She spoke faster, not wanting her daughter to hear, or there'd be no end of horse talk. Please don't say anything about this yet. It's an extremely generous offer. Thank you both. I need some time to figure out what I would expect Lily to contribute, whether it's helping to feed them, or brush them, or clean up after them. She tapped her chin. Maybe come up with a challenge. If she stops eavesdropping, she gets the horses? Alex grinned. Liam snorted. I don't think she'll stop. She's nosier than my mom, and that's saying something. But maybe if she doesn't do it for a certain amount of time, we can all think about it and see what we come up with.
Think about what?
Lily threw herself into Olivia's arms. Mom, Midnight did this snuffling thing to my hair. It tickled. On the ride back to the house, Lily talked non-stop about the horses, the cats, and the other animals at the sanctuary. Leave it to Alex and Rose to want to give Lily actual horses instead of a stuffed horse. Chapter 15. Liam was in the kitchen, eating a steak sandwich with horseradish Lauren had fixed him before leaving to go grocery shopping. The house was 15,000 square feet, and yet he preferred to eat in the kitchen instead of the dining room or any of the other rooms. When he finished lunch, he put his dishes in the dishwasher, pulled on a heavy sweater, and went outside to sit on the deck overlooking the ocean. A few gulls soared on the currents, calling to each other, the sound lonely. It looked like it was going to rain, the sky a tarnished silver, whitecaps on the waves, the scent of rain in the air. The phone call to Victoria had not gone well, and that was putting it nicely. At first, everything was fine. He'd told her that Olivia had signed the papers. Delightedly, she'd gone on and on about wedding details Liam didn't care about. It wasn't her. Victoria would make someone a splendid wife. She was content to spend time with her friends, even taking vacations with them. Happy to let Liam go off on a golf trip. Not concerned if he worked all the time, unless it interfered with her plans. Then a simple call to her father, and magically, Liam was free to go with her, wherever she wanted. It would be an easy life as long as he did what she wanted. And she did not want him spending time with Olivia and Lily. Can't you just send them a check every month? Victoria covered the phone to tell the wedding planner she wanted the cake samples delivered to the house, so she didn't have to drive to the bakery. I don't understand the holdup. She signed the papers. It's not like you've been involved with the kid. You're not a father. You were basically a donor, nothing more. Why do you insist on continuing to see them? He heard the car starting, waited as the phone switched to hands-free. I've been more than patient, Liam. I know you have. It's just, Lily is such an interesting kid. Can't we make this work? I can fly back to see them a couple of times a year when you're away with your friends. Her voice turned brittle. No, I want us to be a family, us to have a baby. You can't be flying across the country every time the kid wants to see you. I need you here. Then she said the words he'd been dreading. We make a great team, you and I, not you and I and two other people. I am totally supportive of you sending a check every month. After all, it's just money. But if you start flying back and forth across the country, or worse, trying to work remotely so you can spend time with the kid, then you need to rethink not only us, but your career. She paused, delivering the killing blow. Kiss your promotion to partner goodbye. It's either me and the amazing career you could have at my dad's company, or it's them, and you're finished in the tech industry. Your choice. He heard the sounds of traffic through the phone as he thought about what to say. I'm pulling in to meet with the florist. You think about what you want and call me tomorrow. Victoria switched the call from the car back to her phone. Any man would kill to have me for a wife, to have the career you have, and you want to throw it away for some kid you didn't even know you had until a couple of days ago. She ended the call before he could say another word or articulate that you could be a father, whether you were the biological father, a foster father, or someone who stepped into the role. The knowing that Lily was his daughter shifted something inside him. A check wasn't enough. Money would never be enough. No, he had to be involved, present,
in his daughter's life. Liam was staring at the ocean when the sliding glass door to the patio opened. "Liam, we need to talk." He turned. "Mother, where's Dad?" "Your father is inside on a call, trying to salvage the mess you've made of things." "Welcome home. It's nice to see you. How was the trip?" Impeccably dressed as usual, not a hair out of place. It was as if his mother dared the wind and humidity to mess up her look. "Why haven't you gone home? I saw the papers on the table. That girl signed them. Sign them and be done with her." His mother sat at the round table, brushing off the chair before she sat. "You have a wonderful future ahead of you, a beautiful wife who will give you beautiful children. Forget the past." His mother slipped off her black heels, rubbing her feet. Liam heard the murmur of his father's voice from inside the house. "Why didn't you tell me?" He could see her clearly from the decorative lights around the pool and in the shrubbery. She looked out at the ocean. "Your father and I agreed it was best to get you back on track. We all know you were headed for trouble hanging around that crowd at school. We were worried you would leave school, so we didn't tell you." His mom put her feet up on a chair. "It worked. You came back home from a summer abroad a new man. We didn't want you derailed again." He didn't believe her. "You and Dad have known for all these years that I have a daughter, and you didn't think I'd want to know? Lower your voice." Unable to sit still, he paced around the pool, watching the steam rising from the heated water. "Your father offered her money," his mother sniffed. "She tore up the check." "You can't buy her." Pride laced his voice. She put her elbows on the table, something he'd never seen her do. "Her family is trash. The mother married a man who couldn't hold a job or provide for his family. Then her mother got addicted to prescription pain pills." Her rings flashed in the light. "Go home. Marry Victoria. She'll make a suitable partner." He stopped pacing, took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his sweats, and sat on the edge of the pool, his feet in the warm water. "Stop. You told me she married someone else." He ran a hand through his hair. "You insulted her. Olivia wasn't with anyone else, only me. Lily is my daughter. She has my eyes and my smile. Anyone could see it, if only they looked." His father came outside to sit next to her. Liam watched them. Not once had he seen them embrace, touch each other with love. Sure, his dad might put his hand on her lower back to guide his mother through a room, but never a loving caress. If this was the kind of partnership they meant, he didn't want any part of it. "It's time to grow up, son. This marriage is about bringing two prominent families together. This is how dynasties are created." Liam shook his head. "What about love?" "People like us don't have the luxury of love." "People like us? What does that mean?" "You know what it means. Don't be naive. Money matters." His father stood. "It's too cold to be outside, dear. Come in before you catch a chill." His mother didn't even look at Liam's dad. In a moment, when his father went inside, she stood and walked over to him. Her voice was soft, so much so that Liam had to strain to hear her over the wind and the waves. "Money does matter. I was poor growing up." He whipped his head around to look at her, waiting for her to continue. "It's true. No one knows except your father. I was a cocktail waitress at a ski resort. It's probably why I've been so against her from the beginning." She looked back at the house.
I knew exactly what I was doing when I spotted your father. He was rich, and I wanted a better life. I got pregnant with you. He married me because I was young and beautiful, and he wanted an heir to the company. Her voice turned bitter. But he didn't marry me until we found out I was having a boy. Liam shook his head. Why are you telling me this? It's in favor of Olivia. What's changed your mind so suddenly? I'm tired of being angry. It's obvious how much you still care for her. She sighed. You've changed, grown into a man I'm proud of, going to do what you want, and I can't bear to lose my only son. I've talked with Samantha about Colton. She made a huge mistake not supporting him with Elizabeth, and now she's too proud to undo it. I don't want that to happen to us. I can't undo the past, but I can move forward with you and with them if that's what you truly want. Believe it or not, all a mother really wants is for her children to be healthy and happy. Your father would add successful, but after all these years, I'm not so sure. Shocked, he reached out, taking her hand. I still think you're making a mistake, but it's your life to live. I'll talk to your father. Liam stood, hugged his mom, who after a moment hugged him back. I'll try to make things right. Apologize to Olivia. Ask her if we can start over. I said so many awful things to her. I'd understand if she wants nothing to do with me. His mother looked sad, but hopeful. Do you think she might let me meet my granddaughter? The next day, Olivia dropped her grandfather off at the marina to play cards with a few friends. With a wave, he turned and called out over his shoulder, telling her not to worry. He'd catch a ride with one of his friends. Every day he improved, the vitality coming back, the tiredness going away. Why couldn't grandparents live forever? When she got home, Liam was sitting in the living room reading a book, a Stack's tote bag by his feet. Emma let me in. The girls are upstairs playing. You're reading the latest Patterson book. Since when do you read for fun? I thought you were all work all the time. You were right. Then again, you're always right. All I've done is work. It's time to have some fun. It had turned cold overnight. The heat was on in the old house, giving off that dusty smell when it's turned on for the first time of the season. How's your grandfather? He's doing really well. She hung her coat up on a hook and kicked off her shoes. I've been trying to decide what to do, if Lily and I should go back to South Carolina or stay here. Then my grandfather asked us to stay. When I asked Lily what she thought, she jumped up and down, said she loves it here and likes her new school, so I guess we're staying. That's splendid news. I'm going to make some hot chocolate for the girls. Would you like some? Sure. Can I help? He'd dressed in a pair of dark jeans and a gray sweater, which brought out the gold flecks in his eyes. Okay. Olivia pulled her hair into a ponytail, then washed her hands. The marshmallows are in that cabinet, and you know where to find the mugs. Lily and Emma like the polka dot ones. She turned the radio on while they made the hot chocolate. It's awful quiet. Did Lily say what they were doing? Liam shrugged. Playing? Do you hear how quiet it is? She shook her head, knowing he was about to get a lesson on what that meant. The burner on the stove off, the pan for the chocolate and the milk pushed back on the stove. Come with me and be quiet. She padded up the stairs, her fuzzy socks quiet on the wood. She'd worked the breakfast shift today, so she could work on Lily's Halloween costume tonight, As a part-time worker, she never would have been able to make ends meet without the free rent and utilities provided by her grandfather. They heard whispers as they came to the top of the stairs. Lily was in the guest room, the door partway open. Olivia put a finger to her lips as they crept to the door. He put a hand on the door, but she took hold of his sleeve, shaking her head. Her daughter and Emma were on their hands and knees, digging through the closet. "Keep looking," Emma urged. "My mom always buys Christmas gifts early and hides them. Check way back in the corner." Liam made a face, making Olivia cover her mouth with her hands so she wouldn't laugh. The little sneaks were looking for Christmas presents. Emma sat back. "I can't believe your mom hasn't bought any presents yet." "Do you think your mom will know we looked at yours? I can't believe you're getting a Barbie car and a house." "No, we wrapped them back up." "When you find them, do it just like I showed you. Put the tape on in the same place. They'll never know, but you have to act surprised on Christmas morning. Like this." Emma made a variety of faces. Then Lily copied her. Olivia could feel Liam's shoulders shaking as he tried not to laugh. She was about to bust them when Lily reached in the closet once more. "Look at the pretty blue box." Lily and Emma opened the box from Olivia's past. "Ooh, look at all the pictures of my mom and my dad. Did you know I have a dad?" "Everybody has a dad." Emma held up a picture of Olivia and Liam on the beach, sitting on the sand in their swimsuits. "I know, but I just met him. He has to go back to California." Emma nodded. "Some kids only live with one parent. He can come and visit." "I really like him. It would be fun to have a dad." "It's not all fun. My dad makes stinks in the bathroom." Liam snorted, making the girls look. "What exactly are the two of you doing?" Olivia crossed her arms in front of her. Both girls jumped, guilty looks on their faces. "Nothing." Lily put on her innocent face. Emma looked anxious. "Playing." Lily held up the wedding photo from the chapel in Vegas. "These pictures aren't on your phone," she accused. Olivia took the picture from her. "Privacy, remember?" "Sorry." She'd talk to her daughter about snooping for presents later, after Emma went home. Donna probably didn't know her sweet kid was opening the gifts and then rewrapping them. Her friend needed a better hiding place. Like Olivia, she put the presents in the linen closet, behind old blankets and towels. Liam looked over her shoulder. "We look so young." He held up his phone. "Do you mind? I'd like a copy." She held out the photo so he could take a picture of it as she looked down at them. So young and in love, full of endless possibilities. In the photo, her hair was down, a gigantic smile on her face. She held a wilted bouquet in one hand. Olivia had worn her favorite white sundress and a pair of sandals. Liam had dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt. His fingers touched hers as they looked at the picture. She looked up at him to find him watching her. They stayed there, looking at each other, until Lily spoke. "Mom, can Emma and I go back to her house?" The spell broke. "If you don't want any hot chocolate." "We do." They ran down the stairs. Back in the kitchen, Olivia made the hot chocolate and ladled it into 4 polka dot mugs. Lily gave Emma first pick. "Which mug do you want?" "Purple. It's my favorite color." Emma took the mug, then added a handful of marshmallows to the top. Olivia caught the subtle wince. She knew he wanted Lily to call him Dad. No matter how much he wanted it, calling him Dad was up to Lily, and solely on her time frame. "How about red?" She handed him the red mug. "I know you want the blue mug, Mom." "That's right. Let's see how many marshmallows I can put in my mug." Lily was happy she got the pink mug, her favorite. She heaped marshmallows into her mug, then went to sit on the floor in the living room with Emma, who had her tablet out. "I'll be back in a minute." Liam had a look on his face like he was about to be in Lily's good graces. But little girls were particular. Olivia sat on the sofa, content to watch them, still dressed in a pair of leggings and her Stax t-shirt. When Liam rejoined them, he had a stuffed unicorn with an enormous bow around its neck. There wasn't time to tell him what was about to happen, as Lily had spied the offering. "I saw this and thought of you." Liam held out the unicorn. "I have real animals." The scorn in her voice made him flinch. "Right, the cats. I thought you'd like the unicorn." Liam tried to cover the hurt with a grin. "What kind of names are Tomato and Potato, anyway?" Lily arched a brow. "What kind of name is Liam?" Emma snickered as they made up a song about Liam the llama and how nobody liked him because he only liked stuffed animals, not real ones. The two girls danced around the room, making faces at Liam. "I would have told you if you'd asked first." She touched his hand, feeling just a tiny bit sorry for him. Little girls could be cruel. "Guess I should have known a stuffed animal can't compete with two fat cats." "Don't let Lily hear you call them fat." She sipped her hot chocolate, then taking mercy on him, she leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Offer to take her to the shelter outside town. She loves to go pet all the cats and dogs. It's her top choice after the sanctuary." He squeezed her hand. "Thanks for helping to salvage my manly pride." Chapter 16. Amanda ran down the stairs to the main floor, stopped with a hand on the wall, and hoped she wouldn't pass out. For the past 2 weeks, she'd been under the weather. Nothing serious, just overly tired. More of a general sense something was off. If she didn't feel better in the next couple of days, she'd make an appointment with the doctor. Max, the dog Chase had adopted from the shelter, whined. They'd adopted the dog, along with a cat they named Sam. She patted the dog. "I'm okay, just a little out of sorts." Sam yawned and rolled over in the patch of sunlight. The animals had bonded, and since the shelter hadn't wanted to separate them, it had taken a while for them to be adopted. The cat was missing an eye, and the dog was old. No one knew how old, with a gray muzzle and face. They were the sweetest animals. A wave of nausea swept through her, making Amanda swallow. She stopped by the enormous aquarium Chase had given Mr. Fish. It was overkill, but the fish loved his tank. He was a blue crown-tail beta, also known as the Siamese fighting fish, and was royal blue with a stunning fringed tail. Mr. Fish swam through the shipwreck as she dropped a pellet into the tank. There were all kinds of plants, shells, a shipwreck, and other interesting things to keep him occupied. He especially liked the small bridge made of driftwood. The tank had been a creative, thoughtful wedding gift from Chase. Shell Cottage had been part of the inheritance from her grandmother, who'd put a clause in her will specifying Amanda had to marry within a certain time frame or she wouldn't inherit. The scheming woman had wanted her back together with Chase, and what do you know? Her grandmother was right about the two of them. Chase owned a fishing charter business called Chasing the Big Ones. When his boat burned down, he'd needed money. She'd needed a husband.
and that was how they'd reconnected after the heartbreak they'd been through so many years ago. They'd overcome the past and found their way back to each other, stronger than before. It was funny how Chase loved being out on his boat, while anything rocking made Amanda sick. She couldn't even read in a car without feeling ill. Without realizing it had happened, Amanda had found happiness here in her hometown. On the way to the kitchen to get a couple of crackers and a soda, Amanda stopped to look at the small framed piece hanging on the wall. It was a worn, faded scrap of fabric. Every time she saw it, Amanda touched the frame. It was a scrap of fabric from the dress she'd worn on her very first date with Chase so very long ago. He'd kept it all those years, carried it around in his pocket, and later had it framed for her. It was too cold to sit outside, so she curled up on the sofa with the dog and the cat while she nibbled crackers and sipped soda. Once she felt better, Amanda put on her shoes and grabbed her keys. There wasn't enough time in the day, and certainly no time for being sick. Her farm was thriving. The addition of geese had made for a lively environment. Her sister-in-law, Rose, gave Amanda a piece of land connected to the animal sanctuary to do with as she pleased. A farm and garden had immediately come to mind. Rose and Alex had come up with the name The Great Escape, based on the exploits of their notorious dogs. As she drove to the farm, Amanda thought about how people's paths crossed when they needed to. Who would have guessed she and Rose had both been living in Washington, D.C., and were now related? When she parked, 2 friendly goats greeted Amanda. No matter how many times she came here, it filled her with joy every time. There were ducks and geese in addition to her heirloom chickens. The chickens laid eggs in a variety of colors, from blues to greens to pinks, and all shades of brown. One of Mabel's friends took care of the chickens for a share of the eggs. The birds all had fancy coops, with curtains on the windows and nesting boxes, chandeliers inside the coop, and cute little signs on the wall. Each coop had a sliding door to keep the food and treats separate from the fowl. They painted the chicken coop blue and white, the duck coop red and white, and the new coop for the geese was green and white. Amanda couldn't resist teasing Chase about the new coop for the geese, telling him she'd decided to paint it pink and white instead of the green and white. His horrified expression had made her laugh. By 2:00, Amanda was exhausted. "Hey, you look awfully pale. Are you feeling okay?" Rose held up a bottle of water, but Amanda shook her head no. "Do you have any soda? It's the only thing that seems to settle my stomach right now." "I'll get you a couple of crackers, too." By the time Rose came back with soda and graham crackers, Amanda was feeling better. Exhausted, but at least she no longer felt ill. "Thanks. I've got to make a doctor's appointment and figure out what's wrong." For a moment, Amanda thought Rose looked like she was going to cry as Amanda detailed her symptoms over the past few weeks. This was turning out to be a very odd day. "Stay right there." The office for the sanctuary was an oversized room with a screened-in porch, or catio, for the cats to enjoy the outdoors without actually running around outside and terrorizing the chickens. The building had a large front room with a desk, a tiny galley kitchen, and a full bathroom. Rose came back, her eyes red, as she held out a blue and white package. "I think you're pregnant." "What? No way." Amanda frowned at the pregnancy test. She counted back and frowned some more. "I don't think that's it. I'm late, but that's normal for me." "Take the test and find out."
At least you can rule out one thing." Skeptically, Amanda took the test and went to the bathroom. When she came out, she was reeling. "You're right, I'm pregnant." A smile stretching her face wide, Amanda stopped in the doorway. Rose was sitting on the sofa, her face in her hands, quietly crying. "What's wrong?" Amanda sat beside her, taking her hand. "Tell me what's happened. Is it Alex?" Rose shook her head, her blonde ponytail swishing from side to side as she looked at Amanda. The pain Amanda saw in Rose's blue eyes made her own heart ache. "I'm so sorry. Don't mind me." Rose reached for a tissue. "Congratulations." Another sob escaped. "I'm thrilled for you. I am. It's just—" Somehow, she knew. Amanda hugged her friend and sister-in-law close. "Want to tell me about it?" As Rose told her she couldn't get pregnant, telling her about the egg quality issues, Amanda's heart broke for her. "And here I am, all excited and happy." Rose took a breath. "I am so happy for you. Please don't feel you can't share your pregnancy with me." She wiped her eyes. "When I found out, I felt like a failure as a woman, like I had let Alex down. We wanted 3 or 4 kids. Lately, I've been doing better. Now the pain only hits me at odd moments, like when I see a pregnant lady or a mom pushing her baby in the stroller. Please don't feel you have to hide your joy in front of me." Amanda hugged her. "It breaks my heart. You'd be such a wonderful mom." Rose sniffed. "Alex and I are talking through options. I think we're going to be foster parents. We feel like we can make the most impact going that route." "You'll make amazing foster parents." A small laugh escaped. "I hate to think of all the mischief the kids and the dogs will cause." This time her sister-in-law smiled, some of the sorrow leaving her eyes. "Thank you for sharing your news. I can't wait to be an aunt." They talked for a while longer, talking through their fears and hopes, the feelings they each had about how their lives had changed and would continue to change. On her way home, Amanda stopped at the bakery to buy one of the decadent chocolate cakes in the window. They added the words in white icing since she didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. The doctor would see her tomorrow to confirm, and then she'd know how far along she was. Though, after looking through her calendar, Amanda thought she must be a couple of months along. No wonder her pants felt tight. By the time Chase came home and showered, Amanda had dinner ready. She'd picked up pizza from his favorite place and had hidden the cake in the back of the refrigerator. "I smell pizza." He kissed her soundly, smelling of soap and the fresh scent of the ocean. "From your favorite place." Throughout dinner, Amanda had to keep telling herself to be patient, not to spill the beans. By the time they'd finished eating, she was practically floating with excitement. "Did you say we have dessert?" She grinned. "Chocolate cake from the bakery." "I love that place." The smell of the cake made her mouth water, a good sign. She'd been able to eat 2 pieces of pizza tonight without feeling ill. "Close your eyes." "What? Why?" Chase had a suspicious look on his face. "The last time you looked like this was when you had the pool put in. Did you buy kangaroos for the farm? A herd of cattle?" "Funny." She rolled her eyes. "Trust me." He closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair at the kitchen table. Amanda set the cake in front of him, then sat in the chair next to him. "You can open your eyes now." He did, and blinked twice. His gaze snapped to hers. "We're having a baby?" She nodded. He jumped up, pulled her to him and kissed her. Then he kissed her again. As he lifted her up, she put a hand on his shoulder. "If you swing me around, I might lose it." Gently, he set her down. "I'm sorry." Then he got it. "So that's why you've been feeling so lousy lately." Rose figured it out. The thought of her dear friend made her heart ache. "Did Alex tell you?" He shoveled a forkful of cake into his mouth. "Tell me what?" Maybe she should let his brother tell him. But Rose had told her, so Amanda thought it would be okay. Rose started crying when we found out I was pregnant. Chase paused, the fork halfway to his mouth. "Why? I thought all women loved babies." "They can't have children. It's only been a short time since they found out." "Alex didn't say anything?" "He's been preoccupied lately, but I thought he was working on some new food or something." With a sigh, he leaned back in the chair. "What awful news. I know he wanted a big family." They talked for a while until Chase suddenly jumped up. "We have to baby-proof the house. What about the pool? I think Clem knows a lady who teaches babies to swim. I'll call him and get her number." Entertained by her husband flipping out, Amanda waited until he calmed down. She hugged him close. The golden green flecks in his eyes reminded her of sunlight dancing on the water. "We have plenty of time." The panic in his eyes made her want to laugh, but she refrained, knowing it would hurt his feelings. Glad she wasn't sick. Amanda hadn't gotten into panic mode. At least, not yet. In time, she knew she'd worry about everything. But for now, she wanted to enjoy this time. "I hope we have a girl so she has your red hair." Chase hovered over her as they moved to the sofa. "Maybe we'll have a boy with green eyes and you can teach him to fish." "Our daughter might like to fish." Amanda cringed. "Let's hope the baby doesn't inherit my motion sickness." "Can we talk about the baby in front of Rose and my brother?" Chase looked green. "I don't want to hurt their feelings." She patted his hand. "Rose wants us to talk about the pregnancy." Amanda thought about it for a few minutes. "I think you can be happy for others and sad for yourself at the same time." Her husband ran a hand through his hair. "There's so much to do. Going to take Clem out for a beer and talk to him. They have 4 kids. He'll tell me straight." A laugh escaped. "You might not want to know all the nitty-gritty details." They watched the day fade, snuggled together on the sofa, talking about how their lives would change. It thrilled Amanda her garden was doing so well. When the baby could walk, Amanda would introduce her child to digging in the dirt. She'd taken several classes on canning and gardening, and had spent time with a few of the women in town who were more than happy to pass on their knowledge. A few days later, Chase brought her a gift. When she opened the small black leather box, her eyes filled with tears. It was a silver charm in the shape of a baby bottle for the bracelet he'd given her on Valentine's Day. Her silver bracelet had a crystal heart, a charm with their initials on the back, and now the baby bottle. The next day, she left the doctor's office, singing to herself. She was 3 months pregnant, a husband she adored, their pets, and now a baby. Life was wonderful. Chapter 17. "Come on, Mr. Liam." Lily took his hand, pulling him inside the animal shelter, chattering about her week, the class turtle, her friends, and how much she hated homework. Her little hand, each fingernail painted a different color, looked tiny in his as they walked down the gray hallway. "No school for 2 whole days." She practically skipped. "Weekends are the best." It was only since he'd come back here that Liam could agree with her. He'd worked weekends ever since he'd taken this job. Even now, he worked remotely every day, making sure things were running smoothly. He felt like he was at a concert as they walked to the back of the building where the dogs lived. "I've never been to an animal shelter before. It sure is loud in here." The barking echoed off the concrete floors and cinder block walls. While Liam had never thought of himself as a softie, seeing all the unwanted dogs made him understand why Alex and Rose had created the Great Escape Sanctuary. "That's just the dogs talking to each other." Lily stopped at each enclosure, taking the time to talk to the dog and pet him or her if the animal allowed it. When she opened up a small floral backpack, Liam had to laugh. It was full of dog biscuits. "What?" She gave a black and white dog a biscuit, stroking his ears, telling him how pretty he was. "Mom and the lady who works here said I can give each dog one biscuit." She moved to the next enclosure, where a small black dog sat in the back, watching them. "This is my backpack from when I was just a kid. It's a good size for biscuits." She held out a biscuit. "Want to give him one?" He took the biscuit from her, fascinated by the things she said, how her little mind worked, and how much love she had to give. The dog slowly walked to them, tail between his legs. He took the biscuit and went back to the corner to eat it. Lily patted his arm. "That's okay. Sometimes they're scared of us." They were almost to the last enclosure when Lily let out a sound that Liam had heard Victoria make when she saw a piece of jewelry she had to have. "Hello." Lily sat on the cold concrete floor, heedless of the cold, as she looked longingly at the dog. The animal was some kind of mix, tan all over, with short fur. The dog rolled over, inviting her to scratch his belly. "Aren't you a good boy?" Lily rubbed his belly. "You're so pretty." She gave him a biscuit, then turned to Liam, who wanted to back away and run for the car. It was the look. "I've always wanted my very own dog." She blinked up at him through long eyelashes, her green eyes a mirror image of his own. "If you don't go back to California, you could stay here and save him from being all alone. I bet he gets scared at night." She made a face like she'd lost her best friend. How did Olivia ever say no to this kid? Liam looked at the card on the enclosure. The dog was almost out of time. The county shelters could only keep animals so long. "Don't you think Potato and Tomato would be angry if you got a dog?" The scornful look was back. "I wouldn't pick a dog they wouldn't like." She pointed to the card on the metal gate. "It says he's been around cats with no problems." "I know Tomato and Potato would like him. They like Emma's dog, and all he does is drool all over everything." Then her little face fell. "Oh no, it's his last week." She looked into Liam's eyes. "Please, can you adopt him?" "Yes, of course we'll adopt him." The next thing Liam knew, he was at the front desk, paying the fee, letting Lily pick out a leash, a purple one, and taking the dog to the car. It was like he could already see Lily as a grown woman, getting men to do her bidding with nothing more than a smile. The dog happily jumped into the back seat of the rental car, sticking his face out of the partially open back window. "We have to get him bowls and food." The smile on his daughter's face made whatever wrath was about to come from Olivia or his mother bearable. "Why can't we take him to my house?" Lily sat in the back with the dog so he wouldn't be scared going to his new home. "I didn't ask your mom first.
She might put me in timeout when she finds out I got you a dog without asking." Lily nodded, a grave look on her face. "You better come up with a plan. It's no fun being in timeout." Wasn't that the truth? He put his blinker on and turned. "Hey, this isn't the way home. Are you lost?" Liam smiled, happy to have a plan. "We're going to take the dog to my parents' house. They have lots of room. He can stay there until we talk to your mom." Lily had dressed in a pair of leggings with cats on them, a sweatshirt that said "Cats rule, dogs drool," and she had Olivia braid her hair that morning. "You're smart." Happy to have a plan, Lily sang along to the song on the radio. Periodically the dog would howl, making Lily laugh hysterically. According to her, the dog was singing. Liam glanced at the two of them in the rearview mirror. The dog was sitting right next to Lily as he looked out the window. She had her arm around the animal, petting him and whispering in his ear. "What are you going to name him?" Lily glanced up. "The lady said they found him in the garbage with a banana peel on his head. So I think we should name him Banana," Liam joked. "Yes," Lily nodded enthusiastically. "No, really?" He looked at the dog, wanting to apologize to the animal. "What is it with the food names?" Lily shrugged. "I don't make them up. It's the name they want." "How do you know?" She rolled her eyes. "I asked them." There was no way he'd win this argument. Liam glanced at the dog, silently apologizing that he had to live with the name Banana. Liam turned onto Ocean Drive, the houses getting larger and larger and spaced further apart as he neared the end of the road. "This is where you grew up?" "Yes, I think my mom is home, your grandmother." Lily looked nervous. "What if she doesn't like me? She doesn't like my mom." "She told me she's sorry for the things she did. Do you think we could give her a chance?" He stopped the car so he could face her. Lily nodded. "Okay. You are amazing, kind, smart, beautiful, and the best daughter or granddaughter anyone could ever wish for." His sweet and funny daughter sniffed. "Everyone likes to hear marvelous things about themselves." "Yes, they do. Even Banana." Liam shook his head. "A dog named Banana and two cats named Tomato and Potato. What's next? A horse named Marshmallow?" "Yes, but two horses, so they aren't lonely." She giggled. If he wasn't careful, Liam would end up buying the land adjacent to the sanctuary for Lily's own personal animal menagerie. He pulled into the driveway as Lily gasped. "This is where you grew up? You're really rich." She twisted in the seat to look around at the house. "It's right on the ocean." "We have a pool. It's heated all year. Next time you visit, you can go swimming." Yep, he was not above bribery. "In the winter? This is amazing. Wait until I tell Mom." Should he have called Olivia to ask if it was okay to bring Lily to meet her grandmother? It was too late now. He was new to this parenting stuff and all the rules. If they left now, it would devastate Lily. No, he'd take his punishment like a man, then beg for forgiveness. At least he hadn't slipped and told Lily about the horses Alex was planning to give her. They went inside, Banana's claws scrabbling on the marble floors, the dog madly sniffing everything in sight. "Is that a dog in the house?" Lauren stood, looking at Liam, shaking her head. "Your mother'll be down shortly. You're on your own with the dog." She caught sight of Lily and smiled. "You must be Lily." "Lily Rose Owens." "I'm Miss Lauren." As he watched, Lily touched the dog on the head. The animal sat by her feet, tail wagging. "This is Banana. We just got him today. Mr. Liam let me pick him." "Banana! What an interesting name." Lauren pursed her lips. "Your dad is brave. I bet your mom will have lots to say." Lily let out a deep belly laugh. "Mom won't care. Banana is going to live here until I can bring him home. He's so lucky." She kissed the dog on the head. Liam sniffed. The animal smelled like the shelter and needed a bath, sooner rather than later. "Who on earth is Banana?" Liam's mom came down the stairs, dressed in a white sweater, white pants, not a hair out of place. Lily looked shyly up at her. "Banana is my dog. Mr. Liam got him for me and said he could live with you until he moves back here." Liam startled. Yes, he'd agreed the dog could live here, but he hadn't decided yet to move back. "I said until I talked to your mom." He turned to his mother, who already looked smitten with Lily. "Lily, this is your grandmother." "Hello. You have pretty hair." Lily looked hopeful and curious. "You're not as old as my grandpa. He's really my great-grandpa, but that's a mouthful." "Why, thank you. And yes, it is. I bet he likes being called Grandpa instead of Great-Grandpa." She winked. "I bet it makes him feel young." Lily nodded, a full smile on her face. His mother smiled. "It's so nice to meet you." She looked at Liam, then seemed to come to a decision. "Of course Banana can stay here." She patted the dog on the head, wrinkling her nose. "But first, he needs a bath." His mother looked around. "Did you bring bowls or food?" Lily shook her head. "Mr. Liam was worried about my mom putting him in time out because he didn't ask permission to get a dog, so I think he forgot." Lauren had her purse in hand. "I'm going to town, so I'll pick up food and bowls." She looked at Lily. "He has a purple leash. Did you pick it for him?" She nodded. "Is there any particular color of bowl you want me to get?" Lily looked at the dog. "The lady said he's going to be big, so he needs big bowls. I'd like purple, but if you can't find any, then silver is fine." On her way out, Lauren turned. "There are brownies and ice cream in the kitchen." Lily jumped up and down. Liam knew this rule. "Wait, we haven't had lunch. Lunch first." She deflated. "We can have brownies and ice cream after lunch." Liam winked at her. "I think there are sprinkles in the cabinet." His mother followed them to the kitchen. Liam touched her shoulder. "Thank you for letting the dog stay." "It will be nice to have the company. It gets lonely rattling around in this big house. Hearing Lily's laughter fill the house makes me happy." She stopped in the kitchen, clearly uncomfortable being in Lauren's domain. "I'm not sure what we have to eat for lunch. Why don't you order pizza?" She looked at Lily. "Do you like pizza?" "Are you kidding? I love pizza. But let's get pepperoni so I can give Banana a piece. He'll be hungry until his food gets here." "That's a great idea." She looked at Liam. "You call in the order while Lily and I give Banana a bath." Lily bent down to whisper in the dog's ear. "He says he'd like a bath." His mother looked around as if she didn't know where to take the dog to bathe him. Taking pity on her, Liam pointed. "The mudroom has a dog washing station." "It does? How convenient. I always wondered why there was a small shower in there." She turned to Lily. "Why don't you take the dog outside to do his business, and then we'll give him a bath." "Okay." Lily took hold of the dog's leash as Liam led her to the doors to the patio. "Will you be okay out here?"
"Of course. I'm 7, not a baby."
He held up his hands. "I don't think an apron will be enough to protect your clothes from giving Banana a bath. I'll find you something to wear." She nodded, clearly entranced by the pool. "Don't go in the water." He had a terrifying thought. "You know how to swim, don't you?" The scornful voice returned.
"I learned when I was a baby. We won't go in the pool. Anyway, I didn't bring my bathing suit."
When Liam went back in the house, his mother had changed into yoga pants and a shirt. She had a bottle of shampoo and a stack of towels ready to go. He bet the shampoo and towels cost 3 times as much as he paid for the dog.
"She's a wonderful little girl."
His mom set everything down in the mudroom.
"I am so sorry for everything."
Liam had never seen this kinder, softer side of his mom. The woman was always self-assured, confident, and sure of her place in the world. "One conversation with Samantha changed you?"
"It wasn't one conversation. She's been calling me to talk since she messed everything up. I was in town when Elizabeth came back. Saw how Samantha treated her. How she said things about her that weren't true, trying to turn everyone against her. In the end, she turned her son against her, not to mention half the town. Her pride has kept them apart. Seeing the damage she caused made me realize I did the same thing. To you and Olivia. Seeing how much Samantha is hurting, even though she brought it on herself, made me think about a lot of things." She cleared her throat, fussing with the shampoo bottle. "Your father and I deprived you of being there for Lily's birth, for all the big milestones so far in her life. And even worse, we deprived a kind little girl of a father." Instead of looking at him, his mom looked outside to check on Lily and Banana, who were currently investigating the yard, trying out all the cushioned chairs scattered around the pool. "I'll understand if you can't forgive me." Liam was ready to move forward, put the past behind him. "I forgive you. If you tell Olivia what you told me, I think she'll forgive you too. They don't have any family other than her grandfather." "I'd like to be a grandmother to her. I'll talk to Olivia at the hayride." His mom sat on a bench, folding and refolding the towels she'd brought down for the dog. "Hayride? Since when have you been interested in such a thing?" Liam couldn't have been more surprised if she'd told him she was dyeing her hair pink. "Lily invited us, but only to the hayride. Then she and someone named Emma are going trick-or-treating, no adults allowed." Liam sat on the bench next to her. Olivia follows behind Lily. Far enough away, Lily feels like she's by herself, but close enough in case she's needed. "I'll tell Lauren to buy lots of candy. We'll leave the lights on this year." He blinked. His parents hadn't done Halloween in years. Maybe Lily was a new beginning for all of them. What about Dad and the business deal with Victoria's father? She patted his hand. "Your father will come around. Once he meets Lily, he'll melt." A spring in her step, she went to the door. "Let's get this smelly dog washed. Banana, what a name." Liam felt the grin spread across his face. "Wait until you meet her cats." At his mother's quizzical look, he said with a laugh, "They're named Potato and Tomato." A tinkling laugh escaped from his mother. "What are y'all laughing about?" Lily appeared with Banana, quiet as a mouse, making Liam wonder how much she'd heard. "Wow, this is a nice room."
She closed the door so the dog couldn't escape. "You get your very own shower, Banana. It's good to have a grandma." By the time they'd finished washing the dog, all three of them were soaked. There were soap suds all over the mudroom, and the snowy white plush towels had turned gray. The dog was a much brighter yellow now that he was clean. "You smell like flowers." Lily inhaled his fur. They'd all laughed when Liam's mom suggested using a hairdryer to finish drying off the dog. Banana barked and tried to bite the air coming from the hairdryer, making them laugh. "He looks more banana-colored since he's clean." Liam swore the dog admired himself in the ornate mirror on the wall. Watching his mom interact with Lily, Liam saw a side of his mother he'd never seen growing up. She was a kind, loving, fun grandmother. It was like she was a totally different person, and so lenient with Lily. The doorbell rang. "Pizza!" Lily ran out of the mudroom, Banana at her heels, barking with excitement. "I'm going upstairs to change. I'll bring Lily's clothes down. She can change after lunch." Liam pulled his wet shirt away from his chest. "I think I'll change too. Then we can eat. We better hurry, or Lily might feed the dog all the pizza." "That's why I ordered two." His mom picked up her phone, swiped up, and looked at Liam. Her hand went to her throat. "Victoria is on her way here." "What?" "Your father texted. She landed at the airport, and the car will be here any moment." She pressed her lips together. "Where do things stand with you and Victoria?" He should have known Victoria wouldn't sit around waiting. "I was going to fly back and tell her it's over, face to face." There was a crash. Liam and his mom looked at each other and went running towards the noise, dripping water on the floor. "That's our pizza!" Lily scowled at Victoria. "Maybe I'll eat it all myself." Victoria stood in the entryway, holding the pizza boxes out of reach. The scent of pepperoni filled the foyer. "What is that dog doing in here?" Victoria looked down at Lily. "Dogs smell." Lily narrowed her eyes. "Banana smells like flowers." "Banana," she laughed. "What a stupid name." "Stupid is a mean word." Lily crossed her arms. "You're mean. My mom would put me in time out if I was rude like you. Manners make the world a nicer place." Before Victoria could say anything else, Liam stepped between them. He took the pizzas from her. "Thank you for bringing these in." "You're all wet." Victoria looked from Liam to his mom to Lily. "What exactly is going on here?" His mother answered. "Lily, take the pizza to the kitchen. Banana is drooling on the floor." She touched Lily's hair as Lily skipped to the kitchen, the dog by her side. "Victoria, why don't you wait in the living room while Liam and I change clothes? We were washing the dog, and I think we ended up with most of the water on us." "Of course." Victoria stalked across the foyer, heels clicking on the marble. Before his mother said a word, Liam put a finger to his lips. He leaned in close. "Our Lily has an eavesdropping problem. Be careful what you say." What a useful skill. His mother went upstairs, leaving Liam watching her, wondering what aliens had taken his mom and replaced her with one of their own. Before Victoria caused a scene, Liam ran upstairs, changed clothes, and was back downstairs in minutes. He found Victoria and Lily in the kitchen, eyeing each other across the table. "Any pizza left for me?" Lily opened the box. "Plenty. For you." Liam took 2 slices. Did Banana eat? His daughter nodded, her mouth full. He ate 4 slices. You're feeding a dog pizza? Where's his food? Victoria looked up from her phone. Miss Lauren is buying him bowls and food. We just got him today. By the time Liam finished eating, the tension was like fog rolling in from the ocean. His mother hadn't come back downstairs yet, leaving Liam to sort things out with Victoria. Lily, why don't you and Banana go upstairs and see what your grandmother is doing? I bet she'll let you put on all her jewelry. I love playing dress-up. Lily jumped up, calling the dog, who loped along after her. He didn't blame her. He'd run too if he could. Buying time, Liam put the plates in the sink. The remaining pizza he put on a plate and covered it, in case his mom wanted a slice, though he bet she wouldn't appear until Victoria left. I was going to call tonight. You didn't have to fly all the way here. Victoria put her phone aside. You have the kid here. I thought your mom didn't want anything to do with her or the mother. Victoria didn't look hurt, more like peeved she wasn't the one in control. Let's go outside where we can talk. Outside? Her brows went up. It's freezing. We'll go to the living room. Liam followed her, thinking about how to tell her. They sat on the linen sofas, facing each other. There were 2 spots of bright color on her cheeks, a telling sign she was furious. I'm sorry I didn't call. He ran his hands through his hair. Being back here, meeting Lily, and seeing Olivia, it made me realize this is where I want to be. No longer would he be a coward or let Victoria drag him along. It was time to stand up, be a man, and take responsibility for his own life. He had a daughter, and hopefully a wife to look after. Here! She looked around as if they were in a shack, the walls falling down around them. Here, breaking up with me, throwing away your career and your future over them? Liam went to sit next to her, careful not to touch her when she was in a mood. Victoria looked confused. She signed the papers. All the arrangements are set for us getting married on December 23rd. I fell in love with Olivia when I was 16. I'm still in love with her. You don't want me for a husband. You want someone who loves you more than anything on earth. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned over and gently kissed her on the cheek, saying goodbye. I'm sorry, Victoria. I can't marry you. For a few minutes she said nothing. Then she nodded, more to herself than to him. No one has ever broken up with me before. I don't like the feeling. Then the old in-control Victoria was back. It's for the best, really. I need someone with ambition, someone who can take over for Daddy when he retires. That someone is not you. The discussion was over. Liam stood to walk her out. I'll have your things at the condo packed and sent here. Face flushed, she walked out to the foyer without looking back at him. I don't think it needs to be said, but you're fired. Hand on the doorknob, she looked over her shoulder. Goodbye, Liam. I hope you'll be happy with them. And then she was gone, the door closing quietly behind her. When his mother came down to check on him, she told him that his father had called. Not to worry, everything is fine. This day was not turning out how he thought it would. What do you mean everything is fine? His mother held out her phone. I sent him this. A video of Lily, dressed in one of his mother's ball gowns, draped in probably $1 million worth of jewelry played. She was singing
as Banana howled along, wearing a diamond bracelet around his front leg, a string of pearls around his neck, and an emerald necklace Liam knew cost a cool $500,000. Your father said his granddaughter has excellent taste in jewelry. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets her a set of pearls of her own for Christmas. Thank you. Liam looked sheepish when he added, By the way, I've been fired, I'm homeless, and all my stuff is being sent here. His mother just smiled. You can stay as long as you want. Then she pointed a finger at him. Tear up the papers and go tell your wife the news. My wife? I'm not sure Olivia wants me. They'd made progress, but being married, for real, he wasn't sure what she'd say. Your father and I would like to buy you a house as a very, very belated wedding gift on the beach, since Lily loves it so much. Lily came running down the stairs, talking a mile a minute, back in her own clothes, the dog by her side. As she told him all about dressing up and how Grandma had an entire closet that was bigger than Lily's house, full of pretty clothes, Liam knew he'd do anything to make things right with Olivia. Now he just had to throw himself on her mercy. The guys had been right. He'd beg, plead, whatever it took. Lily held up a small purple crystal-encrusted evening bag. Look what Grandma gave me. She opened the purse and pulled out a handful of lipsticks. I can't wait to do Emma's makeup. Liam looked at his mom, who was watching Lily with adoration. You never spoiled me like this when I was growing up. Grandparents have to spoil their grandkids. It's in the rule book. Lily looked up. There's a rule book? With a sly look on her face, she said, What does it say about swimming parties? His mother laughed. I believe it says that granddaughters and dogs can swim every day if they wish. Yay! Lily jumped up and down. When he sent her to get her coat, Liam cautioned his mother. Watch out, or you'll end up buying Lily a boat or a stable. She has a way of getting you to agree to things without realizing it until you find yourself paying for a dog or a horse. A horse? What a lovely idea. Liam rolled his eyes, telling her about Alex offering the 2 horses to Lily. I'll pay for the horses. I loved riding as a girl. She hugged Liam, shocking him. He couldn't remember her hugging him ever after he turned 5 or 6. Why does she call you Mr. Liam and not Dad? Olivia says she's not ready to call me Dad, but she calls you Grandma. I don't understand kids. If only there were a manual for them. His mother watched Lily saunter into the room. She had her coat on, and the dog was wearing her scarf. His mother said softly, A dad is a special person. Give her time. Chapter 18. The week flew by, and before Olivia knew it, Halloween was almost upon them. She'd finished the dragonfly costume for Lily. Her best friend Emma was going as a butterfly. Donna had brought her sewing machine over so they could work on the costumes together, seeing who could out-bling the other on the wings. Busy upstairs, vacuuming the floors, singing along to the music playing, Olivia jumped when Lily shrieked. Little feet pounded on the stairs. Someone left the front door open. Lily gulped air, her face red and sweaty. I've looked everywhere. She burst into tears. I can't find tomato and potato. Her little body was hot and shaking when Olivia pulled her into her arms. "We'll find them." She grabbed a paper towel from the rolling cart she kept upstairs to wipe her daughter's face. The carts came in a multitude of colors. The one upstairs was navy, turquoise for the downstairs, and Lily had a pink cart of her own to organize her favorite books. "Come on," Olivia took her hand. "Let's go find them." As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Liam strode in, holding 3 large pumpkins in his arms, as Olivia's heart sank. They'd been so busy the past 2 weeks that they'd forgotten to buy pumpkins. Several pumpkins, decorated with glitter, old beads, buttons, and paint, sat outside on the steps to the porch. The carved pumpkins would flank the front door, with the 3rd pumpkin placed at the bottom of the walkway to let people know they were giving out candy. "Did you by chance prop the front door open?" She kept her voice even, dreading the answer. Liam dusted his hands off on his pants. "I did. Couldn't risk dropping these enormous pumpkins." He smiled at both of them. "What do you want to carve? Scary faces? A princess?" Lily burst into tears again. Bewildered, Liam turned to her. "What did I do?" Her daughter held on to her, sobbing. With a gulping breath, Lily dashed the tears away and glared at Liam. "Tomato and potato got out. They'll be scared. What if a mean dog eats them or someone snatches them up?" The panic in his eyes was something Olivia could relate to. "It's only been a few minutes. Did you double-check all their hiding places?" Lily nodded. "Check one more time in case they ran back inside. They're very smart, so I don't think they would get lost." While her daughter called for the cats, checking every room, every hiding place, Liam slumped at the table. When he'd asked if he could help Lily look, she'd told him that she didn't want his help. "I'm so sorry. I was hoping we could talk more about my mom before you left for work, but it's obviously a bad time." Olivia propped the back door open and left the front door open, so if the cats came running back inside, they could get in. They were probably eating grass and exploring the yard, she hoped. After making sure she had on 2 of the same color shoes, Olivia sat at the table across from him. "I'm not mad about you adopting the dog. It's hard to resist Lily when she has her heart set on something." She touched his hand. "I would have liked to see the expression on your mom's and Lauren's faces when Lily brought him inside. And I appreciate you keeping him at your parents' until we can slowly introduce him to the cats. How's he settling in?" Liam looked up as Lily ran upstairs for one last look. "Are you kidding? Banana must thank his lucky stars every single night. My mom and Lauren are spoiling him rotten." The look of astonishment on his face helped ease the tension. "Can you believe my mom decorated one of the guest rooms for a dog?" He snorted. "She loves his name, so she put wallpaper with giant bananas on the wall. Banana sleeps in a people bed. He has his own dog shampoo and towels embroidered with his name. Even my dad likes him. He's decided the dog is part hunting dog and has been teaching him to fetch." Liam shook his head, a lock of hair falling into his eyes. She'd tried to get him to go see Elizabeth, but he said she'd probably shave his head since she was Team Olivia. "My dad even had a button installed outside the mudroom door. Then he showed Banana how to push the button to open the door. The dog can come and go as he pleases. It's good they fenced the yard, or he'd be joining up with Alex's monster dogs." He met her amused gaze. "He used filet mignon and shrimp as treats to train the dog. Because, and I quote, 'Who knows what's really in those treats?
It's outrageous." Unable to hold it in, Olivia laughed. "Lily may have to let Banana stay with your parents. They seem pretty attached." Lily came running down the stairs, huffing and puffing. "I still can't find them. We have to look outside." Olivia went to the drawer in the hutch. "I've got flashlights. Let me call work and tell them I can't come in." "Why not? And why are all the doors open?" Her grandfather walked in, grinning. "I won it bingo." Lily threw herself at him, sobbing and talking, telling him the story about how awful Mr. Liam let her babies get out. "I propped the door open while I brought the pumpkins inside." "Oh dear," her grandfather made a face. "We'll find them." He led Lily over to the sofa, handed her a tissue, and waited until she'd blown her nose and wiped her eyes. "How about your dad and I help you look outside for the cats so your mom can go to work?" Lily looked at her grandfather, then at Liam. "I guess that would be okay." Olivia wanted to stay and help, but she knew they were short-handed this week. One of the servers had quit after being asked not to tell people they were too fat to be ordering dessert. Personally, Olivia thought everyone should eat dessert. They'd be happier, in her opinion. Her grandfather nodded over Lily's head. "Go. I'm sure they're nearby. They're inside cats. They're probably cowering under a bush." "Grandpa and your dad will find Tomato and Potato. Text me as soon as you find them." Lily kissed her on the cheek. "Okay, Mom." As Olivia was leaving, she saw Lily handing out flashlights and putting the cat's favorite treats in the pocket of her coat. Her grandfather and Liam put a handful of treats in their coat pockets as well. Liam hadn't felt this bad since the time he was a kid and had thrown his mother's diamond earrings in the ocean so he could dive for buried treasure. The three of them split up, checking the front yard, then the side, and finally the backyard. Emma and her mom were checking around their house and would call if they spotted the cats. "Let's walk down the street, check one side first, then the other. If we still don't find them, I'll go get Hazel, and she can get everyone looking for them." "Good idea." Lily ran ahead, shining her flashlight into bushes and on front porches. "She doesn't hold a grudge. That little one gets mad, blows up, and then it's over." Liam let out a breath. "Thank you, Evan." Olivia's great-grandfather had heard the whole story from Liam, and when he told Evan that he wanted to stay married, to be a husband and a father, Evan said he'd do what he could to help. They heard barking, a yelp, and then someone yelling. Lily ran. "Tomato! Potato! Come!" Tomato ran to them, a hot dog in his mouth, while Potato sauntered down the middle of the street, confident the dog in the backyard couldn't get to him. He had a hamburger in his mouth that was so big he had to stop periodically, drop it, and pick it up again. Liam brought the carriers to Lily, who scooped up the cats and put them safely inside. Her grandfather went to the fence, pointed out the hole at the bottom with his flashlight, then called out to the family, apologizing for the cats. The people said they hadn't laughed so hard in weeks. Liam turned to hear Lily telling the cats what good hunters they were, petting and fussing over them. No wonder she didn't want dolls or stuffed animals. She adored the cats like they were her siblings. When she latched the carrier door, she whispered to them, "I'm so proud of you. You know you could survive in the wild if you had to." When she saw them watching her, she pasted a stern look on her face, pointing a finger at each cat. "Bad Tomato, bad Potato, don't run away, don't steal food." She waggled her finger. "No treats tonight." Liam carried the cat carriers back to the house.
the cats yowling their displeasure all the way down the street. When they went inside, he put them down on the floor. As he was hanging his coat up, he heard Lily talking to the cats. "I'm so proud of you hunting for your dinner. Just wait and I'll give you treats in a minute. I just pretended I was mad, so Grandpa and Mr. Liam won't fuss at you." Her grandfather shook his head, trying not to laugh. By the time Olivia came home, they'd carved all 3 pumpkins. There was a ghost, a cat arching its back, and a dragon. They'd put the battery-operated tea lights inside and set them outside. They decorated the yard with tombstones, a couple of ghosts hanging in the trees, and lots of orange lights wrapped around the railings of the porch. While they'd carved the pumpkins, Lily had told them all about the dragonfly costume her mom made. "I'm so glad you found the cats. I bet they're tired from their big adventure." "They're upstairs sleeping on my bed." Lily looked up, her hands stained orange. Liam and her grandfather had carved the pumpkins, while Lily helped draw the designs and cleaned out the insides. Tired from a busy night, Olivia took off her shoes, poured a glass of cider, then dutifully admired the pumpkins. "You've had a big night. Thank your dad and Grandpa. Then it's time to get cleaned up and go to bed." "Mom, it's Friday. I want to stay up late." Olivia shook her head. "No way. I don't want you to be tired for the hayride and trick-or-treating tomorrow. Go to bed now, try to sleep in, and you can stay up as late as you want tomorrow." Lily jumped down from the chair. "Can I stay up until midnight?" "Yep, but you know the rule." "If I'm cranky, then I have to take a nap." Lily had pumpkin stains on the front of her pink shirt and down one side of the polka dot leggings. "I think you might want to take a bath before bed." Olivia touched her daughter's braid. "You have pumpkin guts in your hair." She turned and looked at the 3 of them, who were trying to look innocent and failing. "Never mind, I don't want to know." Lily said goodnight to everyone and went upstairs. Her grandfather yawned. "Been a lot of excitement around here tonight. Think I'll turn in too." He made a cup of hot cocoa, then went upstairs. When it was just the 2 of them in the kitchen, Liam helped her clean up the pumpkin mess. He'd told her all about taking Lily to meet his mother, how sorry she was for everything. As a mother, Olivia understood the change in his mother. The thought of being estranged from Lily made her feel like she couldn't breathe. She wished his mother could have figured it out years ago. But it was better late than never. Now Lily had another set of grandparents, but the money was still an issue they had to resolve. Finished cleaning up the kitchen, and worn out, Olivia curled up on the sofa with a cup of hot chocolate. She looked at him, sitting next to her on the sofa. "I'm concerned." He put the mug down on the coaster. "About what?" "Your parents have so much money, they think nothing of buying Lily whatever she wants, no matter the cost. I'm trying to teach her you have to earn the things you want, not expect them. They have granddaughter fever. She's their only grandkid. It's normal for them to spoil her." Olivia sighed, putting the mug down. "Extra toys and clothes, maybe a bicycle. That would be spoiling her." She shook her head. "Offering to buy her horses and riding lessons? Paying for me to go back to school? Asking about paying for private school for Lily? You're just as bad getting her a dog. Telling her she can go swimming every day. Taking cupcakes to the entire class at school. It's too much. I don't want her to take money for granted." "It isn't my fault my family has money." He crossed his arms. "You know what, Olivia? I think it's you who has the hang-up about money." "Me?" She pushed the sleeves of her orange t-shirt up.
Who did he think he was? Yes, you. Liam had worn a black t-shirt with a skeleton face on it in honor of Halloween. He and his parents had just slipped into their lives like they'd been there all along, with no thought for the past. Lily had easily accepted them. Her daughter had a big heart. And if she was honest, it hurt a little after everything Olivia had been through. Liam ran his hands through his hair. Money is just money. You're the one attaching all kinds of meaning to it. Let me help. Let my parents help. We're married. What are you going to do? Refuse to move into the house they're buying us? She saw by the look on his face that he hadn't meant to spill the beans. A house. They bought us a house without asking me. It's on Ocean Drive. Lily likes the ocean. Of course it is. You've got to be kidding me. She likes a pool, too. Doesn't mean... Her head ached. That house has a pool. Liam nodded. It's not that big. Anyway, your grandfather is better. He doesn't need you here anymore. Her brows went up. Living here with him, helping him, was only temporary. Yes, he asked Lily and I to stay, but we hadn't decided. The point is, it's my decision. You can't just swoop in like Mr. Billionaire and make our lives better. Why not? Liam looked genuinely bewildered. What's wrong with wanting you to have a good life? A house on the ocean with a pool feels like a bribe because you all feel guilty about how you treated me, she shouted. We're moving to a new house? On the ocean? With a pool? Lily peered through the railing on the stairs. Her face lit up like it was Christmas. To bed, now. She made a face. I vote for moving to the new house, and I want Grandpa to live with us. Then she stomped up the stairs, muttering under her breath. Furious, Olivia turned to Liam. Go. He stood. You haven't even asked. About what? Olivia gathered up their mugs, took them to the kitchen, and turned on the water so she wouldn't have to look at him. I broke up with Victoria. I got fired. It was a company condo, so technically I'm homeless, though I can live with my parents until I move into a place. She snorted. How is any of that my problem? Olivia, please. His voice softened, lost the anger. I was hoping we could all move into the new house, together, be a family. Too mad to be reasonable, Olivia refused to look at him. Just go, Liam. I need time to think. Everything is happening way too fast. Chapter 19. Christy and Dalton invited everyone to What Ails You to make their announcement before the Halloween festivities commenced. It had rained all day, finally letting up late afternoon with clear skies forecast for the trick-or-treaters. Dalton closed the pub for their private dinner tonight. The winds made the old wood creak and groan, making her glad she dressed warmly in a pair of jeans and a thick cream-colored sweater. She'd braided her blonde hair down her back to keep the wind from blowing it in her face. Somehow, Dalton waited until everyone finished dinner before he stood and gently tapped a fork against his glass. Glad y'all could join us for dinner tonight. While all eyes were on Dalton, Christy reached in her pocket as she stood next to him, full of happiness at finding someone like Dalton and finding a place to call home. She was happy here, surrounded by good friends. We wanted you to be the first to know. He wrapped his arm around her. This amazing woman agreed to marry me. She slipped the ring on her finger and stood, kissing him on the cheek before she held her hand out. Let me see. Elizabeth took her hand, exclaiming over the ring. Rose and Amanda took turns hugging her,
all of them wiping tears from their faces, happy for her. "When's the big day?" Rose looked happier since she and Alex had decided to become foster parents. They would be great parents, the kids as loved and spoiled as the animals at the sanctuary. Christy's heart broke when Rose told them she couldn't have children. Her friend was so kind. Christy wanted all her dreams to come true for her. She looked to Dalton, who grinned. "We're planning to get married in Mint Hill. We want a winter wedding." Christy nodded. "I'm hoping for snow on the day we get married. We're going to rent several cabins so everyone can come. That is, if you all want to." "Are you kidding?" Amanda mock scowled. "We wouldn't miss your wedding for anything. I hope we all get snowed in for days. It'll be so much fun, making snowmen, drinking hot cocoa, and walking in the woods." Between the makeup classes she taught, the decorated sugar cookies she made, and the appearances she'd done for adult literacy, some days Christy didn't know whether she was coming or going. There were the few times a year she flew to New York to do the shoots for the makeup and hair contracts she'd signed, so it would be good to slow down, take some time off, and relax. As a supermodel, she'd traveled all over the world during her career, so she'd be happy to stay put in the mountains for their honeymoon. Dalton was a homebody who was happiest here in Magnolia Beach, or in the mountains. They were planning to spend a month in Mint Hill. Dalton kissed her on the cheek. "I can't wait to marry you." It was Halloween. Logically, Liam knew Olivia was tired when they'd argued last night, but it still made him want to yell. They were perfect for each other, always had been. She had issues with money, well-founded, but still. On the other hand, Liam had expected everything to fall into place once they'd cleared up the past. Naive on his part. Surely there was some kind of middle ground. He'd spent the morning having breakfast with Alex, Colton, Dalton, and Chase. All of them had friendly advice, but it was Alex who came up with the best idea, telling him to make some kind of public show of his love. They'd told Liam how Alex had basically stripped in public, showing off his scars, finally letting go of his fears. It was worth a try. Meanwhile, his mother, not one to sit still, sent him 3 listings for beach houses on the same street. Unwilling to make the same mistake, Liam told her if he could get Olivia to agree, he wanted her to pick the house. His mom agreed, telling Liam she'd always thought he'd have Olivia pick out the house where they would live. As Liam parked in the driveway of the old Victorian house, he let out a sigh. Maybe Lily was right. He should write a manual from the male perspective on being a husband and a father to help other single guys avoid trouble. Olivia's car wasn't in the driveway. He knew she was working a half day so she could go trick-or-treating and to the hayride. Before he could knock, the door opened. Evan, Olivia's grandfather, grinned at him. "Figured you wouldn't show until the coast was clear." The man clapped him on the shoulder. "Get fixing things, boy. I've got a 20 riding on this." He stood back. "Come on in. You're letting all the heat out." Not sure whether to be affronted or ask if he could get in on the pool, Liam rolled his eyes. "What's the wager?" The man rocked back on his heels. "Me and the boys at the facility have a pool going on whether you'll fix things before midnight tonight or drag it out until Turkey Day." He winked. "I bet on tonight." With a smile, Liam pulled out his wallet. "Put me down for 50. If I win, it's yours." The money disappeared as Lily sauntered into the living room with what looked like a pink plastic toolbox. "I put in $5 whole." Not sure if he wanted to know, Liam swallowed. "Okay, I'll bite. Team Liam or Team Mom?" Team Liam, because you adopted Banana. She set the plastic case on the table in the kitchen. And because Grandma said I can come swimming tomorrow. She pointed at him. So you better apologize to Mom so I can go. Guess his mom was Team Liam too. It felt good to know Lily wanted him around. Really good. Unable to stop smiling, he touched the pink case. Where did you get the toolbox? Toolbox? Hands on her hips, Lily was indignant. This is a makeup case. Her grandfather took 2 steps back. I'll leave you two alone. I'm meeting the guys to watch golf on the big screen. Coward. The man hightailed it out of there fast, leaving Liam at Lily's mercy. Guess it's just you and me until your mom gets home. What do you want to do? She got 2 aprons out of the drawer. One was orange and black with pumpkins on it. Lily put it on and handed him the other apron. How come I always get the pink apron? He pulled it on over his jeans and black cashmere sweater. Because you're big, and it's the biggest apron we have. Now sit. Lily used her grandfather's tablet to turn on music. She'd picked the station that was playing Halloween-themed music and turned it up. Emma can't play today. Her mom found out she was eating the cookies in the cabinet and leaving the box, so it looked like she hadn't eaten any. She can't play until we go trick-or-treating tonight. That's too bad, but don't you think you should ask before you eat cookies? His daughter simply rolled her eyes, then with a flourish opened the pink case, striking fear into Liam. That's a lot of stuff. She beamed. We're going to play beauty shop. I'm the artist and you're the customer. Right about now, Liam envied Clem and his boys. Great. First, Lily painted his nails. She presented an assortment of polish for him to choose a color or colors. In the spirit of Halloween, Liam went with orange and black. He'd never watched a woman paint her nails. They always went to one of those nail places. It was fascinating to watch Lily, to hear her talk about one subject, only to flit to another like a drunk honeybee. Finished, she nodded in approval. Don't they look pretty? Liam wasn't a manicure kind of guy, but no way would he hurt her feelings. Perfect for Halloween. He cleared his throat. Can I get a glass of water? No, you'll mess up your nails. I'll get it. She frowned at him. Don't touch anything, especially your phone, or you'll smudge my work. Yes, ma'am. Not wanting to anger the little dictator, Liam stretched his legs out, keeping his hands flat on the table. It was boring to sit, doing nothing. She brought 2 glasses of water to the table. Why did you and Grandpa let me in? Your mom's really mad at me. Lily took a sip of water. Be careful, she nodded to the glass. As he took a drink, Lily cocked her head at him. You kept your pinky swear. I did? She nodded, her ponytail swinging. You're not only going to visit me, you're moving here. You're right, I am. We can see each other all the time. She brushed his hair, putting rhinestone clips in here and there, as Liam wished for a mirror. I didn't even have to do the spell under the full moon tonight. Spell? Liam almost knocked over the glass of water, earning him a scowl from his daughter. Miss April said if you go outside when the moon is full and click your heels together 3 times. She paused to make sure he was listening. Oh, he was. This was fascinating. You click your heels together 3 times and say, bring that man back to me, and it will come true. Lily's eyes were enormous as she told him about a variation on a scene from The Wizard of Oz. It worked. When I was at Grandma's, we put on sparkly super high heels and did the spell." She clapped her hands together. "When I see Grandma tonight, I'll tell her the spell worked." Content to spend time getting to know his daughter, Liam thought he dozed off at one point, startling awake and making Lily scold him for moving. Unsure of how much time had passed, Liam was getting stiff from sitting so long when the door opened. Olivia was home. "Mom, come see." She walked through the front door, mail in hand, and stopped. "Oh, my!" Olivia pressed her lips together. "What have you two been up to?" Lily packed up the makeup, polish, and the brushes as she chatted with her mom. "Look at Mr. Liam's nails." He obligingly held up his hands. "Very nice." She didn't look mad. Maybe letting Lily practice her beauty skills on him had been a good idea after all. "Doesn't he look nice?" Lily smiled at Liam. As he watched, Olivia's shoulders shook. Her hand went to her mouth, and then she was howling with laughter. In between snorts, she pulled out her phone and took pictures of the two of them together. When Lily went to the sink to wash her brushes, Olivia leaned down, showed him the pictures, and whispered, "Blackmail photos." There he was, looking like he'd run face first into a pallet of paint. She'd put pink and purple stripes of eyeshadow up to his brows. His lashes were so long and thick they looked like spider legs, and the blush, 2 bright circles of pink with a stripe of brown under it and down each side of his nose. This must be the contouring Lily talked about. She'd put some kind of sparkly gloss on his lips that made him feel like he'd dipped his mouth in glue. "You did a beautiful job." Lily beamed at her mom. "I talked to Emma's mom. You can go over and play until it's time to go trick-or-treating." "Yay!" Lily hugged her. Once she'd finished packing up her makeup kit, she stopped in front of Liam. With a shy smile on her face, she leaned down and hugged him. "Thanks for playing with me." She smelled like makeup, apple cider, and strawberry shampoo. As Liam held her, he vowed to be the best dad he could be. "You're squashing me, Dad." She wriggled out of his grasp and ran up the stairs to put away her toolkit. In a daze, Liam looked at Olivia. A droplet of water hit his arm as he reached up to touch his cheeks. Liam stood unsteadily on his feet, the ground shifting beneath him. "She called me Dad." "I heard." Olivia took a step forward, then another, until they were face to face, inches apart. "I'm sorry for jumping all over you." She reached up with a napkin to wipe the gloss from his lips. "It had been a long day, and I was tired. All night I tossed and turned, thinking about what you said. You're right, I have a hang-up about money. But I'll try to accept the extravagant gifts your parents give her without flipping out." He touched her hair, the long strands curling around his fingers as he leaned forward, so close he could see the gold flecks in her eyes. With a sigh, she put her arms around him, the skin of her cheek smooth as silk against his skin, as his lips met hers. It was like coming home, the kiss full of promise of what could be between them again, better than before. Liam pulled her close, his arms around her, as he inhaled the tangerine shampoo and the scent of books. Finally, they'd found their way back to each other. "Are you kissing?" A wide-eyed Lily danced down the stairs. "Does this mean we're moving to the beach and getting a pool?" They stepped apart, Olivia blushing. There was a smudge of blush and bronzer on the left side of her face. Without waiting for an answer, Lily ran out the front door. "Wait until I tell Emma." Olivia stepped back, smoothing her hair down. "I wouldn't mind living on the beach." She held up a hand. "I'd like my grandfather to live with us. Right now he's doing okay on his own, but things will change, and I don't want to worry about him. Lily adores him. She'd miss him not being around when she got home from school every day." Lily and Emma were adorably dressed as a dragonfly and butterfly. Donna was happy to stay home and watch a movie, so Olivia and Liam took the girls to his parents' house first. The amount of candy they had was astonishing. Full-size candy bars, costume jewelry, cat treats, dog biscuits, a bejeweled dog collar for Banana, and matching swimsuits for the girls. "So they could come swimming tomorrow," Liam's mom had said. As they were leaving, Olivia turned to his parents. "I hope you'll both come to the hayride with us." "We'd love to. Thank you for inviting us," his dad answered. They were totally under Lily's spell. Olivia could see how much they already adored her. So for her daughter, she forgave them. At the hayride, she'd tell them she was willing to start again, a new beginning. Liam would tell them they had decided, as a family, to accept the overly generous offer of a home for them. It was too much, but Olivia knew they only wanted to help, to make their lives better. So she'd accept the house, but she told Liam no to private school. The public school was excellent, and Lily adored her friends. Tomorrow, she'd talk to her grandfather about moving in with them. She thought he might be glad not to have to deal with the maintenance. They'd find a place where he could have his own space when he wanted to get away from the chaos. And later, if they needed someone coming in full time, Olivia would appreciate the extra room. They dropped off the loot at the house before continuing on with trick-or-treating. The girls had a delightful time, raking in half a pillowcase full of candy. By the way Liam was eyeing the stash, Olivia thought she might have to hide the candy from both of them. At the hayride, Liam's mom pulled Olivia aside, telling her how sorry she was, and how seeing Samantha find out that Colton and Elizabeth were eloping from Hazel at the sippin' shop had hurt the woman she called friend. In time, she hoped Samantha would come around, but if not, Liam's mom would move on. There was no more room in her life for toxic people. Liam's parents, Liam, Olivia, her grandfather, Lily and Emma, settled into the wagon full of hay. Banana had an orange leash with black spiders on it and was wearing his new rhinestone collar. Lily had squealed when she saw the leash. Her daughter talked non-stop as the horses pulled the wagon around the field, the pumpkin glowing under a full moon. Lily threw her arms around her great-grandfather. "This is the best Halloween ever." She hugged her grandparents. "I'm so happy you're my grandparents." The littlest dragonfly grinned. "And that Emma and I can go swimming at your pool in the winter." Liam's dad had a huge grin on his face. "It won't be long until you live in a house on the beach with a pool. Then Banana can come live with you. Do you know he chewed up my favorite tie yesterday?" Lily cheered, throwing hay in the air, while Banana barked madly. Liam just shook his head. "Dad, you were supposed to let Olivia and I tell Lily the news." "Oops, sorry about that." He looked at Liam's mom. "Good thing you didn't tell her about the horses." They all groaned as Lily's mouth dropped open. "I'm getting horses? This is the best night in the entire world. I got more grandparents, a dad, and a house on a beach with a pool." "And horses," Emma said. "Don't forget the horses." Olivia turned to her grandfather. "We plan to talk to you tomorrow, but it seems like no one around here can keep a secret." He patted her hand. "I'll be fine." "No, we want you to live with us," she went on in a rush. "If you want to." Her daughter hugged her grandfather. "Please, Grandpa. Tomato and potato would be sad if we don't all live together." He shook his head. "Well, we can't disappoint them, can we?" Lily cheered again, holding up her bottle of cider to clink with everyone in celebration. She'd be worn out tomorrow after the festivities tonight. By the time they finished the hayride, Lily and Emma were sound asleep. When Liam came back from carrying Emma home, he sat on the sofa next to her, handed her a square black box. When she opened it, Olivia touched the gold charm in the shape of the sun. She took her necklace off and added the charm, touching the palm tree in the sun. "Thank you." Liam got down on one knee. "I've loved you since I was 16. Will you marry me?" He held out a ring. "We're already married." She wiped her eyes. "Then let's renew our vows here at home in front of everyone. Have the big wedding you always wanted." Yes, I'll marry you again." The ring fit perfectly on her finger. It was classic, a gold band with a round diamond. And if the diamond was enormous, Olivia decided not to say anything. They were together again. After all the heartache, they'd found their way back to each other. The man she'd loved since she was a girl pulled her into his arms, his lips finding hers as they reconnected. She sighed into him as he kissed her gently, telling her how much he loved her without saying a word. A while later, Liam turned to her. "What do you think about getting married right before Christmas?" He took a breath. "I know, that's when you found out you were pregnant with Lily. I wasn't there." He held her close. "From this day forth, I'll always be there. For every school play, sport, horse camp, whatever it is, I'll be there for you both." "I'd like that. Lily will be on break. Maybe we could take her with us on our very belated honeymoon." Liam wrapped a blanket around her as they sat on the sofa, talking. "I hoped you'd say that. How about going on safari?" "I think she'd like to see the lions and elephants." "Africa? Goodness, that's far away." Liam grinned. "I'm unemployed right now, so we have plenty of time." He wound a lock of hair around his finger. "It's a good thing I'm rich, so we don't have to worry." With a laugh, she swatted him on the arm. "This is one time I'm not saying anything about how disgustingly rich you are." A few months later, Liam heard from someone he used to work with that Victoria had gotten married on December 23rd after all, only 2 days later than he and Olivia. She'd kept the same wedding date, simply swapping out the groom. The guy she married had more money than Liam and Victoria's families combined. Olivia had quit her job at Stack's to go back to school. She was attending classes at the local community college to learn how to run a business. Lily had talked her into opening a fancy pet boutique, online first to see how it went. Liam stepped out onto the deck of their new home overlooking the ocean. Soon the tourists would return and Lily could play in the waves. Speaking of Lily, she'd come to Liam 2 days ago to tell him she overheard her mom telling Grandpa she had a baby in her tummy. Lily and Liam pinky swore they wouldn't ruin the surprise by telling Mom and Grandpa that they knew about the baby. They practiced their surprise faces for whenever she told them the news. Everything was changing, and this time for good. Together, they could face anything. Liam couldn't wait to see what the next several years would bring. He only knew that he was happy and loved his family more than anything on earth, including banana, tomato, potato, and now Marshmallow and Cookie, the two horses his mom had bought Lily for Christmas.